communication avec notamment
12, 13,
quand on a ok
Check.
on gère
14,
par contre il y a des sources
15,
Check, check.
qui est
Check, check, check. Voilà.
16, 16, 16.
le vote et également la partie
17,
Check, check.
eux les media players pour aller envoyer les
Check, check, yes. Check, check, check.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Ouais.
1, 2, 3.
Non, pas son.
Voilà.
Et
Check, check, check.
non, il n'y a rien.
Voilà.
Check, check, check. Attends. Check. Ah oui, là, il y a du son. Ouais.
1, 2, 3. Lucas, tu m'entends?
vous appelle, vous savez pas qui a appelé, en fait tu réponds, ça c'est le bouton reply, c'est toujours la réponse au dernier appel.
Ah ok, c'est pas un général.
Non, non, c'est ça s'auto-update en fonction du dernier appel. Si quelqu'un a parlé et que vous savez pas qui c'est, il suffit de répondre par là.
Et là je vois qu'il y a 2 SIDP, donc pour interaction. SID 1, 2.
Ouais, vous n'avez pas d'interaction, nous on sera là.
S'il y a des gens qui interviennent sur interaction, c'est lequel de quel
Aucun des deux là.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. Check, check.
Ena, 3, 3.
Il y a deux ordi, ouais. Il y a deux systèmes totalement indépendants avec les sources. Après, on a les
Check, check.
le SIDP2,
Les pupitres. 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
Check.
Bonjour, bonsoir, bienvenue. On se voit. Hop.
Check. OK.
Ici, il y a une oreillette. Parce que quand il est en... Par exemple, il y a le blue car et quelqu'un va lui parler dans sa langue, évidemment, il va choisir ici le bon canal.
Check, check.
Lucas, c'est pas nécessaire de faire toute la rangée.
Ça fait juste 43, 44, je disais, parce que c'est juste après.
que j'ai de l'utilisation. Quand moi je fais les tests, parler dans le micro, c'est toujours moins fort que ce que eux ils font. Quand eux ils parlent, et évidemment, eux ce sont les orateurs qui s'adressent à un public, qui s'adresse à un podcast et qui ont l'habitude de parler en oratoire et à des gens. Et eux, souvent, quand ils s'expriment comme ça. Parce que, voilà. Donc du coup, ce qu'on a considéré comme moyenne de fonctionnement ici, pour eux, ne s'applique pas à moi. Et il n'est pas bon pour moi. Le test va être trop bas. Mais pour eux, ça va être bon. Grosso modo, c'est vrai qu'à l'usage, évidemment, dans cette fenêtre de type. C'est là qu'il faudra éventuellement baisser un peu, donc il faudra éventuellement...
Ah ben, voilà. Ça marche, merci Eddie. 1, 2, 3, this is emergency backup microphone.
L'idéal, il est petit comme ça, le long, il est comme ça.
Est-ce que quelqu'un veut couper le 11 à partir de présidence? Merci.
Non, le pied sera plutôt amené à le monter, jamais à le baisser. Parce que le baisser, c'est normal, c'est, on va dire, confortable. Ouais, c'est le calibrage a déjà été fait. C'est en début, comme dit, en début de séance pour donner un peu de renfort, ou alors s'il se passe un truc un peu particulier avec et tu sens que le président dit Dear colleagues, please sit down, take your seat, blablabli, blablabla, que tu veux redonner du renfort au président à ce moment-là, il ne faut pas le donner par là, parce que là, il est déjà lui en train lui-même de pousser, de crier fort dans les micros, et tu vois, pratiquement lui, il faut presque même le baisser pour pas qu'il aille distorsionner en fait le broadcast, mais par contre donner après du bas-parleur pour lui donner un peu de coffre.
Comme tu disais aussi, pour d'autres choses, ce sera un peu une session de demain, je pense. Je vais voir s'il y a
Ouais, là maintenant le mieux c'est de manipuler, de voir, de demander aux collègues éventuellement, et si vous avez des questions après de revenir vers moi par la suite. Mais là je peux pas rentrer trop dans les détails, parce que sinon je vais vous noyer. Sur le truc là, faut déjà voir. Après c'est un usage.
Check, check, check. Ok, tu entends tout. Ok? Ça va. Et refaire.
Tu peux aller éventuellement en salle pour te rendre compte de commencer en salle. Comment ça sonne, comment ça sonne. Quand on sera en salle, je t'appelle au micro, que tu lui parles. Parce que en fait, les HF, le HF, il sort par le public adresse les phones, tu sais, les gros haut-parleurs. Alors que tous les autres micros, ils sortent par les bas-parleurs. Donc lui, il a plus de coffre.
Check. Check, check.
Pit stop.
Check.
En tiers. Ouais.
Check. Check, check. Check.
Test. Test champion.
Test, test.
Detto anche test a caso.
Test, test. Test, test.
Test aléatoire. Dico bene? Nouveau député. No.
Également.
Check, check.
Cluster. Tu peux parler dans le HF, s'il te plaît, Eddy?
Oui, bien sûr. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Vous m'entendez?
Parfaitement bien, merci beaucoup. Voilà. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Donc ça sonne quand même relativement bien, c'est audible, c'est propre. Là, on est dans le niveau par défaut, mais qu'on peut pousser, évidemment, avec... on a 10 dB de marge.
J'ai diminué. Tu entends encore?
Oui, oui, oui. Très bien.
C'est à chaque fois un pour deux.
Parce que j'ai mis le bas-parleur sur 0 et enfin complètement en bas, tu entends encore.
Toi, je t'entends encore, oui, parce que toi,
Mais vous-même.
toi, tu es PA.
Oui, mais votre micro.
Ah non, mon micro, je l'entends plus.
Maintenant, c'est normal.
Euh, Moi, j'allume le micro ici. Ce bas-parleur et ce bas-parleur sont coupés. Les deux sont coupés pour éviter la scène.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Happy New Year. Can I ask you to take your seats? Okay, dear colleagues, let's start this part session. So, first of all, Happy New Year to all of you. Yesterday, the world watched expectantly as a ceasefire deal in Gaza held and the first 3 of the hostages made it home. It is the breakthrough that we all hoped for and that so many have desperately needed. It is what this Parliament called for. Now, more than ever, we must ensure that work towards a better tomorrow continues, that we can use this moment as a catalyst that changes despair to hope, that becomes the stepping stone to lasting stability, rebuilding, and a surge in aid that allows for a real prospect of peace in the region. We will have a full debate on this later this evening, but our priority must be on ensuring that the agreement holds and its aims are met, that will allow the conflict to stop, get aid in, and get the remaining hostages out. The day after must bring new hope, and Europe is ready to play its part. As we speak here, at the moment, President Donald Trump stands ready to take his oath of office in the United States. Allow me to extend our best wishes to the American people as they begin this new chapter. The bond between Europe and the United States has been a cornerstone of peace, security and prosperity for decades. It will not be without its challenges, but I know that Europe will be ready to work for a positive outcome for all. Today, the geopolitical realities that we all face will require a renewed transatlantic alliance guided by our shared values. Europe stands ready to work together to strengthen our bond as friends and as partners to shape a world of stability, opportunity and hope. Cari colleghi,
Colleagues, it's 100 years since the birth of Rocco Chinnici, and it's 85 years since the birth of Paolo Borsellino. Their great courage in combating the mafia, their tenacity in defending the state, the rule of law, continue to be a source of inspiration today in Italy and in the whole of Europe. I wanted to honour, together with you, their memory and the memory of all those who have given all so that we could live in a society which is more just, safer and freer.
3
years ago, David Sassoli left us. He was a European leader, a champion of democracy, and above all, a dear friend of mine. David believed deeply in a Europe that could be united in solidarity. He believed in a Europe which leaves no one behind. With all his might, he defended our values that we hold in common, and he reminded us that politics must always be at the service of human beings. Thank you very much, David.
Colleagues, the session adjourned on 19th of December 2024 is reopened. The minutes and the text adopted of the sitting of 19th of December are available. Are there any comments? No, therefore the minutes are approved. Few announcements. I have received a request from the competent authorities in Poland for the parliamentary immunity of Daniel Obajtek to be waived. I have also received a request from the competent authorities in Belgium for the parliamentary immunity of Jack Madison to be waived. These requests are referred to the Committee on Legal Affairs. Taner Kabilov and Elena Yoncheva are no longer members of the Renew Group and now sit with the non-attached members as of the 23rd of December 2024. The EPP and the S&D groups have notified me of decisions relating to changes to appointments within committees and delegations. These decisions will be set out in the minutes of today's sitting and take effect on the date of this announcement. The ENVI Committee has decided to enter interinstitutional negotiations ahead of Council's first reading pursuant to Rule 73 of the Rules of Procedure. The position adopted by Parliament at first reading, which constitute the mandate for those negotiations, is available on the plenary webpage, and its title will be published in the minutes of the sitting. I have received a request from the Econ Committee, pursuant to Rule 1512, to consult the European Economic and Social Committee in the context of the procedure relating to the facilitating the financing of investments and reforms to boost European competitiveness and creating a capital markets union. This request for consultation will be deemed to have been approved unless within 24 hours a political group or members reaching at least a low threshold request that it be put to the vote. I would like to inform the House that I have received 2 requests for points of order. I will give the floor first to Mr. João Oliveira. As always, please quote the rule that you are making your point on. João.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, you referred to the debate that we're going to hold about Gaza today, but we haven't heard a single word from the European institutions about the aggression by Israeli settlers against the Palestinian population on the West Bank and East Jerusalem. These are territories illegally occupied by Israel. These aggressions have increased in frequency in the last few days. What's happening in the occupied territories is unbearable. In 2024, the United Nations identified more than 1,000 attacks by Israeli settlers with the complicity of the security forces of Israel, with many Palestinians displaced as well. The ban on the work of UNRWA by the Israeli government has made the situation worse. The question is, when will the European institutions actually act?
On this week's agenda is precisely on this issue, so you can make the point during that debate. That is why we have debates in the plenary. So in a few minutes, this is the subject we will be discussing. I will give the floor now to Fabio De Masi. Please, once again, I ask you to quote the rule on which you will make this point of order. Hold on.
Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, under Rule 167, this Parliament must deal with debates that are topical, debates that are important for 450 million citizens. We talk about the rule of law in distant countries or things in the Sahara, many things that busy people aren't taken up by Parliament. For example, we talk rightly about the power of oligarchs, not just Musk, but also Zuckerberg or Bill Gates. We talk about our communications infrastructure, but there's a commissioner, Mr. Breton, who, after 4 months, has gone to the Bank of America, 4 months after leaving, and is working for a big American bank, though he was so well paid by the EU. That's a scandal. We should discuss this in this Parliament, and not just about some other considerations in distant countries. Thank you.
So, we now come to the order of business. The final draft agenda is adopted by the Conference of Presidents on the 15th of January, pursuant to Rule 163, has been distributed. So the PFV group has requested that a Commission statement be added on Wednesday afternoon on integrity of the EU Commission and the problem of revolving doors, the case of former Commissioner Thierry Breton, as first item after the topical debate. I have received other alternative proposals from the Greens and the Left groups, which I will read out. The Greens proposal is Commission statement on the revolving doors case of former Commissioner Breton, enforcement of the integrity rules in the European Commission. And the left group proposal is Commission statement on fighting corruption and corporate capture in EU institutions, addressing the revolving door problem, the case of former Commissioner Thierry Breton. I'll first give the floor to Mr. Jean-Paul Garot to move the request on behalf of the BFE group.
Le micro est cassé.
Non, il n'est pas cassé.
Le micro est cassé.
C'est allumé.
C'est cassé.
Ah, c'est cassé.
Oui.
Non.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. We recently found out that former Commissioner for the Single Market, Thierry Breton, was going to be employed by the Bank of America. He claimed to defend the sovereignty of the single market. He defended, he proclaimed the end of European naivety, but he's now becoming a symbol of the American financial sector just 5 months after leaving his job. He's going to be working for a very large American bank whose interests are opposed to ours. Elon Musk is one of the people who most benefited from transactions with that bank. And it seems as if Thierry Breton is following some very bad examples from the past. It seems to be a violation of all basic integrity and morality. This is why I call for a debate on the integrity of the European Commission to be placed on the agenda of Parliament on conflicts of interest, and in particular the case of former Commissioner Thierry Breton. Thank you.
I give the floor to any colleague to speak against Mr. Garot's proposal. No? So now I ask you, Mr. Garot, do you agree with the Greens proposal or the Left Group proposal for the text of the debate?
Bien, si les Verts et la gauche sont effectivement en accord.
Well, if the Greens and the left want to agree with us, they just need to vote for our proposal.
Put the proposal of the PFE group to the vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. So it is rejected. Now I will ask the Greens group whether you keep your request. Mr. Freund, you keep the request, so I put the proposal of the Green group to vote by raise of hands. Who's in favor? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. So I go to the Left group now. No, it was clear. I go to the Left group now. Ms. Aubry, do you keep your request? Yes, you can take the floor.
Madame la Présidente, rassurez-vous.
Madam President, don't worry, you'll get a chance to vote in a minute. But I can't but react here. We've got the right giving ethics lessons in this institution, where ceaselessly you have voted against all votes on conflict of interest rules. You've been involved in a number of different scandals yourself. You're among the members that receive the highest extra remunerations from large companies. This is a big joke. The subject we're talking about is a serious one. The subject we're talking about, after the Qatargate scandal, everyone was promising that this was a turning point, everything was going to change. Well, colleagues, isn't this the right time? If you'll allow me to finish, I did listen to you attentively and patiently. When you got caught with your hand in the till, then I realize you've had problems in the past. But in the case we're talking about, there is a serious issue. A former European Commissioner, just 6 months after leaving office, is selling a service to Bank of America. That's one of the biggest American banks. Just before the inauguration of Donald Trump. This goes against the interests of the European Union. That's what's at stake, and we need a debate to talk about it.
Of the Left group to a vote by roll call. Vote is open. Vote is closed. And it is rejected. Therefore, the agenda is adopted and the order of business is thus established. Have a good afternoon.
No necesito tocar nada.
Dear colleagues, I beg those who are not going to participate in this debate to leave the room. Thank you very much. We are going to continue with our debate. Next item on the agenda is, please, those who are not going to participate in the debate that are talking in the corridors, you can continue your talks outside. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is Parliament's statements, ceasefire in Gaza, the urgent need to release the hostage, to end the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and to pave the way for a two-state solution. En primer lugar, tiene la palabra en representación del Grupo Popular el diputado.
The first speaker on behalf of the EPP group is Mr. López Istúriz White.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all.
There is no doubt that this is an important time for us. Thank you for those who collaborated to have this ceasefire. The ceasefire agreement in Gaza, whose implementation started yesterday, was our end goal from the very beginning. Our priority was always the liberation of the hostages held captive by the terrorist group Hamas and the alleviation of the challenging situation faced by the civil population in Gaza. Finally, this can be achieved. Our EPP group should be proud. In these last 15 months, we have been able to act with responsibility, stepping up to the complexity of the conflict. While some choose the ideological, opportunistic, and sometimes anti-Semitic approach, we have shown leadership, and this Parliament has shown also leadership. I would like to thank President von der Leyen and President Metsola for their guidance. In face of the brutal tragedy of the 7th of October terrorist attacks and the conflict that followed, they expressed our solidarity to the Israeli people and stressed our commitment to protecting the right of exist of the only democracy in the Middle East. While doing so, all they could do to help guarantee that the humanitarian assistance could be delivered to the Palestinian people and stressing out our commitment to a two-state solution. Now, it is time to develop a clearer and more coherent approach to the region. A two-state solution is a goal that we all share, but not recognizing one state without consensus. To strike points in domestic politics. This is absolutely irresponsible. To those who still believe that we should negotiate some sort of new agreement with Iran, wake up. Iran is behind all of this, and we cannot allow this to continue. And we have to identify who was the beginning of all this. That will be the starting of the solution of this problem. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker on behalf of the Socialist Group is Mr. Maniatis.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, μετά από 15 μήνες συγκρούσεων.
Thank you very much. After 15 months of this conflict, where Gaza has been brought to the point of humanitarian catastrophe and where many civilians have lost their lives, the ceasefire and the release of the hostages is a first glimmer of hope. I hope that it will be a first sign of freedom in the whole region, and let's hope that the plan will be fully implemented and that all of the hostages will come home. We need to enable humanitarian aid in Gaza, and we need to put an end to the suffering of the Palestinians there. Israel must be called upon to reinstate the activities of humanitarian aid, particularly through UNRWA and the United Nations. That is important for the many refugees. And we need to ensure that international humanitarian law is observed. Now it's time to start negotiations for a sustainable peace that will be stable with a two-state solution. That is the only way that we can protect the rights of both peoples. An Israel that is recognized by its neighbors and a peaceful, independent and democratic Palestinian state. As an international community, we should put on the necessary pressure to ensure that the necessary progress is made. We need to observe international law and to have the involvement of multilateral organizations like the United Nations. For Europe, it's important to remember that the Middle East is part of our neighborhood. Everything that happens there affects us. The European Union cannot simply be a big donor. The EU needs to take on responsibility and take the necessary initiatives. Thank you.
Colleague, on behalf of the Patriots for Europe group, Mr. Stottela.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday was a great day for Romy Gonen, Emily Damari and Doron Steinbrecher and their families. Yesterday was a great day for Israel and for everybody who cares about Israel and Israelis. Yesterday was the first day of at least 4 long months during which Hamas will still be holding hostages captive, a period during which every week a handful of hostages will be released by Hamas in exchange for hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, often criminals with Israeli blood on their hands. Of course, it is wonderful that at last innocent Israeli citizens are released from the grasp of Hamas. But the amount that Israel has to give in return has shown how important it is to Israel to retrieve their citizens. But it is bitter. It is bitter that the terrorists are able, in broad daylight, in the middle of a screaming crowd shouting Allahu Akbar, are able to hand over the hostages to the Red Cross staff in broad daylight. In past times, terrorist organizations were wiped off the face of the earth. Look at Al-Qaeda. there must be no role in future for Hamas in the future government of Gaza. The question is whether the Commissioner still sees it that way, and whether the Commissioners are going to do everything they can to get Hamas removed from Gaza altogether. There are still plenty of organizations and countries that support Hamas, Iran, Qatar, and so on. We need to ensure that humanitarian and medical help can reach citizens. A ceasefire is not a peace, but the hostages have to come home now.
Mr. Rausen, on behalf of the ECR Group.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, hope and fear. These are the two words that come into mind when we look at the deal. New hope for the families of the hostages, that they too will see their dear ones returning home soon. New hope amongst the people of Gaza that the bombing will come to an end and that they can start rebuilding their future. But in the meantime, there are very great concerns and, of course, fears. Fears about the fate of the hostages. How are they now? How many are still alive? And will they all really be released? Also concerns about the long-term consequences of this deal. Hamas has been weakened, it's true, but not completely defeated. Hundreds of terrorists are now being released. What consequences will that have? Are Hamas going to get a free hand again to rearm in order to prepare another 7th of October attack, rebuild their tunnels instead of looking after their population? That obviously is not what we want. The fact that there is a deal is a positive thing, but this deal requires a clear series of steps. And we too need to be involved, not just in providing support for reconstruction, but we need to support Israel in their battle against terrorism. We need to adopt measures to prevent the rearming of Hamas. We shouldn't be demanding that Israel leave the Adelphi corridor without firm guarantees that more arms won't come into the Gaza Strip, because only in this way can these fears of a repetition of the 7th of October give way to hope for a lasting peace.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. On behalf of the Renew Europe Group, Madame Woutmans.
Colleagues, after 471 days of appalling violence, the ceasefire agreement is a step in the right direction, but it is just one small first step. And you feel on all sides that Prime Minister Netanyahu wants to return to the use of force as soon as he possibly can. This is what he indicated yesterday. So this is not the time for Europe to sit back and fold its arms and just from the sidelines say, oh, yes, we welcome the ceasefire. Thank you to the US and Qatar and so on. Now is the time, colleagues, to keep up the pressure. And I hear that Europe has already made promises about deepening its association with Israel. Are these rumours true? I hope not, but of course that takes the pressure off Israel. We expect the High Representative to speak very clear and firm language on this. And the Commission isn't here today, unfortunately, but I've got three very specific questions for the Commission. First of all, send European observers. Both sides have to respect the ceasefire agreement. Secondly, ensure that all European countries carry out the international arrest warrant. And thirdly, ensure that the EU blocking statute is activated so that Europeans would be immune from any attacks by Trump. Colleagues, Trump is just being sworn in at the moment, and he is only concerned about the interests of America. We need to put European interests first, and that means the two-state solution. Thank you.
Dear colleague, on behalf of the Greens, Mr. Sondale.
Finally, a ceasefire. It doesn't justify taking hostages, but there is something which justifies the war against terrorism. Before the war, the situation in Gaza was untenable. Now it's unbearable. After 16 months of war against the civilian population, and bombing of schools, refugee camps, hospitals, Gaza is totally destroyed. The number of dead is completely incomprehensible. Now we'll start to reconstruct the world community, and the EU must take responsibility. The world community must make sure that we find the resources quickly, the necessary humanitarian aid, and to stop the Israeli ban on UNRWA. The barriers, the borders to Gaza should be opened up to aid organizations and journalists. With the war shouldn't continue. We must there'll be responsibility for what has gone wrong. When the ECC issues an arrest warrant, we should live up to it. We are undermining the rule of law. For many years, we've accepted agreements being undermined. The two-state solution is the only way to peace, but the Palestinians have only seen internal splits, occupation, violence and control. The EU's role is important. We must support and have demands. We have provided infrastructure, but it has also been destroyed. Thank you.
On behalf of the left group, Madame Boylan.
Thank you, Chair. The genocide in Gaza has raged for over 460 days. Tens and thousands of men, women and children have been killed, and an entire society has been levelled. And I welcome the ceasefire agreement, but we cannot return to business as usual, where the illegal occupation of Palestine is allowed to continue without any consequences for Israel. The response of the EU to the genocide, live-streamed for all to see, was reprehensible. European leaders are complicit with Israel's actions in Gaza, from those European weapons manufacturers that provided the weapons to the EU itself that provided the diplomatic and political cover. Europe has failed to stand up for human rights and international law, and its credibility is on the floor. Accountabilities for war crimes must now happen, and the work of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice must be fully supported. On the ceasefire deal itself, I welcome the return of the hostages and the Palestinians who've been arbitrarily detained by Israel. However, Dr. Hussam Abu Safaya, the director of Kamal Adwan Hospital, remains detained, and it is widely reported that his health is deteriorating due to the disgraceful treatment he is receiving from Israel. The EU must work for his immediate release. Finally, I wish to call for the repeal of the anti-UNRWA laws. There is no alternative to UNRWA. There is no plan B. The EU must use all the tools available to ensure these laws are repealed and UNRWA can continue its vital work. We must collectively work to end the illegal occupation. Saoirse dun Palestine.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Europe of Sovereign Nations Group, Mr. Schell.
Donald Trump ist zurück.
Well, Donald Trump is back. He's now starting his second term of office. Viktor Orban, Mrs. Meloni, Tino Kruppala, they're all in Washington. This is a day for all of those who want peace, freedom and democracy. Since now we have a ceasefire in Gaza, and Donald Trump made a contribution to this. He used strong words that were understood in Gaza. Yesterday, the first hostages were released after nearly 480 days of being held hostage in Gaza. Finally, the population of Gaza can breathe out. Since yesterday, Israel's Air Force stopped its bombing. The pointless killing has ended. More than 45,000 Palestinians have been killed, including many children. It is good that the war is stopped, that the guns have fallen silent. But the question is, why did this war end the very day that Donald Trump started his second term? Because no one else had an interest in ending the conflict. Donald Trump put an end to this conflict because he didn't only put pressure on Hamas, but also on the Israeli government, on Netanyahu. Biden was not prepared to do that. The ceasefire in Gaza shows that even before he takes office, Donald Trump has done more for peace than Scholz, Baerbock or von der Leyen. Mrs. von der Leyen now wants to send 20 million euros together with the 200 million that we annually transfer to the Palestinian authorities. So, nevertheless, there is hope today. The madness is coming to an end. Joe Biden is retiring, and his fans in Europe should end up taking the same route. Thank you very much.
We jump now into the second part of the debate. First speaker is Mr. Sterba. You have the floor.
Szanowny panie przewodniczący.
President, deputies, keeping hostages is a crime, a war crime that we in the European Parliament and in the world cannot tolerate. And everybody who does this needs to be taken, needs to be held responsible and tried. This is fundamental, morally and legally. And this ceasefire, which takes place now, is extremely important. And this is also a success of American diplomacy, which should be continued and protected. From the very beginning, I was in this small group of MEPs who, despite the pressure and difficulties, were involved in the issues of freeing the hostages. I was in Israel 1 month after the attack. In the kibbutz, I was there representing NATO, and I was appealing for the hostages to be freed. A Polish citizen, Alex Danzig, born in Warsaw, was among the hostages killed. But among those 33 hostages who will be freed is another Polish citizen, Oded Livsznitz. And I hope very much that he will be free soon. And I want to emphasize something. The European Union also needs to play a bigger role in solving international conflicts and building peace. This is our responsibility, our values, which tell us to protect life, freedom, and human dignity. Thank you.
Nuestra siguiente oradora es la señora.
The next speaker is Ms. Halul. For the S&D, you have the floor. Thank you. Good afternoon. For the first time since the beginning of this Parliament, we are meeting in plenary to celebrate a great piece of news. The ceasefire between Hamas and Israel is a good piece of news for the thousands of innocent victims and all those who have suffered the devastating consequences of this conflict. 471 days later, 46,913 dead, 110,000 injured, displacement of 90% of the Gazan people, not to mention the thousands of Israelis killed and injured. All of this could have been avoided if we had acted with more determination much earlier. Now, we have to ensure that this ceasefire holds. I would like to recall also the lost lives of medical workers and journalists just doing their jobs. We very much welcome the release of the first 3 hostages held by Hamas and also the reunion of Palestinian prisoners with their families. Now we have to talk about the future government of Gaza. It is extremely important that reconstruction and the UN resolutions be recognized, as well as the orders of the International Criminal Court. It is important that we in the EU should continue to work in the Middle East, that we should provide technical and financial support, including in the Gaza Strip, for reconstruction. Let us remain united. We must bear in mind that we are witnessing a historic moment for the region. We have to address this new task with hope to bring about inclusive democratic governments with the support of the citizenship in Syria, in the Gaza Strip, in Lebanon. We have to work hand in hand to achieve a two-state solution where the peoples can live side by side in peace. Thank you very much. Mr. Tanger Correa.
President, members, today, a historic event has taken place for all of us, for the world, for the United States in particular, but also for Europe. And that is the inauguration of Donald Trump today. Another historical event was the start of the ceasefire in Gaza yesterday. That was a small step. It does not resolve the conflict, but it's a step in the right direction. And this step is largely due to Trump and his peace initiative. Friends, I want to talk about the two-state solution. That is not even a valid possibility if you can't create a viable Palestinian state. It's in three separate parts. 1/3 in Gaza, 1/3 in the West Bank, and another third in Jordan. So, I mean, there is absolutely no continuity within their territory. So, friends, before we fill our mouths with fine words about two-state solutions, let's try and find a viable solution first. We need a solution such as the one in Bosnia and other solutions that have been tried elsewhere in the world. The two-state solution has always failed, and it's always been the fault of the Palestinians. Let's learn from experience and find a different solution. Thank you very much.
Senor Tanger Correa, you have two cards, one from Mr. Oliveira and another one from Vice President Stefanuta. Do you accept them? Do you accept them? Yeah? Okay. Mr. Oliveira, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, President. Mr. Tanger Correa, you're telling us that Trump is a great peacemaker. And I wanted to ask you, how can you say that Donald Trump supports peace when he's the very American president who was called for investment in the arms race and creating conflicts around the world? How can you possibly say that? This is the very American president that transferred the American embassy to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv. This was absolute ignorance and disrespect for the two-state solution. How can you possibly defend that? How can you say that he defends the rights of the Palestinian people? Well, thanks. It's pretty simple. In the first term of Mr. Trump, it was a peace presidency because wars ended during his term of office. There were no wars caused by his first mandate. And when you're talking about the move of the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, I was there. It was simply a transfer on paper because the American embassy continues to function in Tel Aviv. What the thing in Jerusalem is more of a consulate. So it's not my problem. Thanks very much.
You have it now.
Okay, thank you. I listened to all the comments made by the right and the extreme right in the House to deny the existence of Palestine because you said the two-state solution was a fantasy. Where would you like these people to go? Where would you like the millions? Maybe push them out into the sea? How is anything but a two-state solution even reasonable in your mind? You mentioned the example of Bosnia, but Bosnia was a state altogether. How can you imagine the fate of the Palestinian people within a Balkan solution such as the one you mentioned? I think it's purely incredible to deny that the right solution is that of a two-state solution now.
Thank you, Vice President. Senor Correa.
Sorry.
Tangel Correa, you have to.
Thank you. Well, the ones who want to push someone to the sea are not the Israelis, are the Palestinians, from the river to the sea, as you know. So, A. B. I didn't want a Palestinian state. I just said that a state in these conditions is not realistic. And I mentioned Bosnia and Herzegovina because I served there, as I served in the Middle East as well, in several countries, and I know the mentality. And, of course, I was thinking about a juridical aspect of how to define the convivency. And if you see Republika Srpska and the Bosnian Federation, they are as much or almost as much apart as the several populations of Gaza, West Bank, and Jordan. So I didn't say I don't want to. I said we have to find new solutions, just not only this two-state thing. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Tangel Correa. Our next speaker is Madame Retsionova.
Mr. President, thank you for the floor. Images from the release of the first 3 hostages must have filled everyone with joy. Everybody must have been moved. It's good that the agreement on the ceasefire and the release of the refugees happened. And our thanks go also to the outgoing American administration as well as to the incoming President Trump. However, this agreement is not black and white. The need to release hundreds of Palestinians who were often condemned for terrorism has a bitter taste, and there's a safety threat, and also the way in which Hamas released the first 3 refugees shows their real face. For months we have been hearing that there are only suffering women and children in Gaza, and now we can see that it's not the case. And terroristic Hamas is now using propaganda rhetoric. Yes, Hamas needs to continue sticking to the agreement.
Our next speaker is Madame Juveva.
It has been long, harrowing, unbearable, and devastating 471 days. Long overdue, but here it is, a beam of hope. Even though it's the most hopeful I have been, I'm still worried, especially about the statements made by Benjamin Netanyahu. He is constantly stressing the ceasefire is temporary and his willingness to return to fighting in new, more forceful ways, indicating he is keen to finish the genocide he started. Meanwhile, we are also watching the Palestinians returning home, or, what's left of it. Not only there is no resemblance of life there, there isn't any means for life. So its recovery will be a long and excruciating process, and we need a sustainable solution, a true two-state solution without any illegal occupation by Israel. Moreover, we need to ensure significant and sufficient humanitarian aid to help, heal, and rebuild. It's the very least we must do. And we must not forget, the tens of thousands of people that were killed in this war deserve justice. The ones responsible must and will be held responsible. Show the same level of care, colleagues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Mr. Sautori.
Finally, a ceasefire, a relief for the hostages and for the people of Gaza. But it has come far too late, after 15 months, not only of war, but of a genocide, 15 months of the moral bankruptcy of the EU and its member states, 15 months of international law not being respected and our values being trampled underfoot, 15 months which have added nothing to the task of trying to achieve peace. This ceasefire must become permanent. International law must be applied and respected. This is the only way that will allow Palestine and Israel to emerge from this deadlock. We have to haul before the International Court of Justice those responsible for genocide and call on Israel to put an end to occupation and colonization and settlements. So I call for an embargo on weapons and a suspension of the association agreement with Israel as long as Israel conducts a policy of apartheid and fails to respect international law.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madam Hassan.
Le 17 octobre
On the 17th of October 2023, I sent a public letter to our decision makers so that they could work for justice, the freeing of the hostages and the liberation of the Palestinian people who were victims of Israeli colonialism. Now, the ceasefire that we've called for is finally arriving, despite the terrible suffering that we've seen. We have watched on our smartphones the development of this catastrophe. We have been waking up to the images of the bodies of Palestinians who've been burned, killed, slaughtered, decapitated. Too much Palestinian blood has flowed, and there's a stench of European complicity which has armed the perpetrators. Justice is not bringing in humanitarian aid and being happy about the weapons falling silent. We need justice for colonized people who have seen their homes disappear. It's also an inalienable right to self-determination that they need. Thank you.
Here is Mr. Brown.
What we really need is denazification of the State of Israel. We need to see Netanyahu and his butchers facing tribunals, and if convicted, let's hope, facing gallows. That's what we need. Mass murderers should be convicted. If not, there will be no peace. In Palestine, there will be no peace in the world. All the decent, peaceful people of this world need to see the Holocaust Haggadah, which is the main tool of Israeli and Jewish propaganda, studied, scientifically studied, not used as a tool of propaganda hybrid war. Let's ban Talmud, not TikTok. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Our next speaker is Madam Ventele.
Dear fellow Europeans, dear colleagues, whoever has met with the families of the hostages, whoever has a heart beating in their chest could feel nothing but immense joy and relief yesterday evening when the first 3 Israeli girls were released after 471 days in captivity. I would like to wholeheartedly thank all those who have worked tirelessly to make this agreement between Israel and Hamas a reality. But with Hamas, and here comes the painful truth, this agreement is a pact with the devil. The facts speak for themselves. For the release of 33 innocent Israeli hostages, 1,900 criminals of Palestinian origin and often Hamas affiliation will be freed. The cost of this agreement is extremely high in terms of Israel's security. Now a plan is on the table for steps towards the release of all hostages and a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. But the crucial question remains: who will govern the ruins of Gaza? The Biden administration has aimed at a big bargain with Saudi Arabia, including the relaunch of a diplomatic process for an independent Palestinian state. The incoming Trump administration brokered the Abraham Accords and made Prime Minister Netanyahu to agree to the current agreement, yet the future remains uncertain. Unfortunately, the EU, hampered by its divisions, is not a political player in the region. But the EU is a vital donor of humanitarian aid. And in this regard, let me be crystal clear. We cannot allow Hamas to rebuild itself in Gaza. It is time to close the tunnels permanently, to intercept the financial flows, to stop teaching children to glorify terror and to dismantle the structures that cement hatred and deny the possibility to peaceful coexistence. We cannot afford to be blind or naive any longer. Now it's time for realpolitik.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. You have two blue cards, one from Madame Demirel and one from Madame Al-Salani. Do you accept them? Madame Demirel, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. Ms. Bentelem, thank you for allowing this question. Did I understand you right? You think this ceasefire agreement is a pact with the devil because Palestinians wrongly imprisoned have been released? Should you think that the bloodletting should continue and more people should die so that you don't have to be cynical here? Can I assume that that Mr. Merz, who wanted to supply more weapons, you said that there aren't enough weapons being sent to the war? Isn't that just very cynical?
Ich kann leider keine Frage.
I don't see the question there, but I spoke about the balance, about innocent Israeli hostages have been released and condemned mass murderers who've contributed to hundreds and thousands, to the death of over 1,000 Israeli civilians. And this imbalance of with releasing Hamas fighters, that is a danger for the security of Israel. That's what I was pointing to.
Next blue card for Madame Al-Salani. You have 30 seconds.
Yes, now, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Bentley. I have two questions. You said that there are over 1,000 Palestinian criminals. Are you aware that these people are arbitrarily detained without a trial? There are no proof of them being tried, and there are several of them who are under the age of 18 who are now being finally released. My second question is, would you condemn the Knesset members who are saying that Palestinians are animal and do not deserve human rights, as you are condemning the so-called brainwashing of Palestinian children? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madame Bentele.
Do you want to say that you have doubts in the Israeli justice system? Is this what you want to say? I don't have these doubts.
So. It's Madame Bentele on the floor. You finished?
Puts like Madame Al-Sani into the Israeli justice system.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madame Insir.
For 471 days, we have witnessed the aftermath of Hamas' brutal attack on innocent Israelis. And for over 50 years, we've seen the impact of an unlawful Israeli occupation that has taken countless innocent Palestinian lives and erased entire families from existence. The numbers are staggering. Over 46,000 Palestinians and 1,200 Israelis have been murdered since October 7, 2023. Each statistic represents a life, a story, a future stolen. Those standing idly by are complicit in this suffering. While we cannot undo the vast suffering endured by the victims over the past years, we have the power today to shape a better future. Let's be clear. A ceasefire is vital and must be respected by all parties. That includes Netanyahu, who continued bombing Gaza yesterday. EU countries must implement a weapon embargo against Israel. This is a demand echoed by Palestinians, but also Israeli families with loved ones, those kept hostages by Hamas. They are all desperate for an end to this horror. They want their family members alive and home. Furthermore, EU must also rally behind a two-state solution through actively engaging in the international coalition for a two-state solution and halting the expansion of violent settlements. Recent statements from Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu are therefore alarming, suggesting a possible resumption of military operations. War criminals must face justice. The International Criminal Court must be allowed to operate freely and impartially. Today, 2 million Palestinians are returning to bombed areas and must urgently receive our support and not to be sent to Indonesia as the Trump administration seems to want. How many times must Palestinians be forcibly displaced from their homes before the world says enough is enough? EU must support humanitarian organizations like UNRWA and act for the lifting of the Israeli ban of the organization. It is a shame that countries as my own Sweden let Israeli far-right government dictate our actions. And finally, colleagues, the Palestinian Authority must receive the support to be able to lead the rebuild of Gaza.
Our next speaker is Mr. Kelleher.
After the barbarity of the 7th of October 2023 and the subsequent invasion of Gaza and the brutality of Israeli attacks on civilians right across Gaza, this ceasefire is welcome. Very welcome, but very late. 42,000 people dead and hostages detained in underground cellars across Gaza. We need the hostages out and we need humanitarian aid into Gaza immediately. We need international oversight to ensure that this is being carried out. But ultimately, we need a political settlement. We need a two-state solution proposal. And we need to ensure that Europe acts as an honest broker. It has been inherently dishonest in this debate for many, many years. It simply will not accept that the Palestinian people have a right to statehood, have a right to freedom, and have a right to their own destiny. So Europe must act while we have this opportunity with a ceasefire to insist on a political settlement to ensure that a two-state solution and Palestinian statehood is a priority for this House and the EU institutions as right across as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Thank you, Mr. Kelleher. Madame Strick.
Dear Chair, after 15 months of bombings, massive killings and total destruction, a ceasefire in Gaza has finally been reached. And we celebrate the end of this horror, but at the same time, we really must make sure that this fragile peace lasts. We need to ensure speedy, massive and unhindered humanitarian assistance, including from UNRWA, a full military withdrawal from Gaza and a quick start of the reconstruction. Any violation of this agreement must be met with the firmest consequences, including sanctions. But the agreement can only be effectively implemented if international law is a solid basis. There is no place for impunity. To hold the perpetrators accountable, we must cooperate with the ICC and its arrest warrants, and the ICJ ruling must lead the EU's policies. Genuine peace and independence of Palestine requires that we safeguard the borders of 1967 and end the illegal occupation. Make sure that the Palestinian people can finally enjoy their right to self-determination and live in peace, freedom and dignity.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Mr. Kenneth.
Thank you, Voorzitter, colleagues.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, finally a ceasefire. after 15 months and more than 50,000 dead, of which 70% are women and children. Finally, the people in Gaza can breathe freely and humanitarian aid can enter the Strip. The European Union is happy with the ceasefire, but the EU has done nothing to bring about this ceasefire, nothing to stop the killing, and we have to realize that a ceasefire is still not yet peace. The ceasefire was achieved thanks to a worldwide mobilization of solidarity with Palestine. Is the EU now going to make a contribution to bringing an end to the fighting? In that case, it has to impose sanctions on the Israeli government. It has to stop delivering weapons. The EU has to bring the war criminals to the International Criminal Court, and illegal occupation has to be ended. What are you waiting for?
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Mr. Papadakis.
Η εκεχηρία στη Γάζα είναι εύθραστη.
The ceasefire in Gaza is fragile. The aggression of the occupier state of Israel is ongoing. The crimes of genocide against the Palestinian people are continuing. So you can't say that the change of president in the US is a factor in favor of peace. The pistol remains pointed at their head of the Palestinian people. Even this truce is the result of their heroic resistance and the incredible wave of solidarity from around the world that was able to undermine all of the Euro-Atlantic propaganda. This has exposed the EU, the Greek government and other political forces that want to see stronger relations with Israel. The Palestinian people has a right to a homeland. All states, such as the Greek state, has to do their bit to support the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as the capital.
Tack, talman. Ja, maskerna.
Thank you very much. Well, the masks have fallen from the so-called freedom fighters, along with all of those who have been claimed to be innocent civilians. They surrounded the young women who were driven away from Hamas's grip yesterday like hyenas. The masks have fallen from the so-called human rights organizations like the Red Cross that didn't lift a finger to help the innocent hostages. And those who talk about a two-state solution but welcome the release of the terrorists from Israeli jails. The masks have fallen from the West's spineless politicians, activists, journalists, and corrupted legal institutions that have forced Israel to do a deal with the devil where the pressure should have been put on Hamas to release the hostages immediately or else. As a result of our indifference, the borders of the acceptable seem to have moved. When nothing is sacred anymore, we've taken a 9-month-old baby hostage, and more people still seem to be upset by Israel's defense rather than Hamas's sadism. It seems that the main issue is being forgotten about. We should be happy about the hostages coming home, but we cannot be happy with this. If this was 1945, we would never have accepted promises from Hitler about releasing a couple of Jews from Auschwitz, some of them in the form of ashes, and at the same time releasing thousands of prisoners of war, hoping that the Nazis miraculously could have changed. Hamas has to be eliminated as an idea and an organization. The question is whether we're capable of responding robustly now that the masked monsters have let down their masks, stamping on Red Cross ambulances and on Western values.
Card from Mr. Saramo. Do you accept it? Yes. Mr. Saramo, you have 30 seconds.
Microphone for the speaker, please.
Can you hear it?
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
President, the killing didn't start with the Hamas terrorist strikes. Do you know how many Palestinians Israel killed every year before the Hamas strikes. Do you know how many people, ordinary civilians, are held by Israel? Do you know that the far right in Israel has never adopted the one-state solution where everybody has rights, or the two-state solutions? Netanyahu has done everything to prevent peace and a two-state solution, and and supported Hamas. Did you know that?
Well, the point here is that this is a conflict with long roots. And it gets worse every time Israel is forced to negotiate with terrorists of all different types. This is a conflict that will not end as long as the other side does not recognize Israel's right to exist. That is the basis of a two-state solution. As long as the Palestinians vote for governments that use civilians as hostages and take Israeli hostages, there will be no peace. If you want peace, you have to combat Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. La señora Temido.
Thank you, Chair.
24 hours have passed since the start of the ceasefire in Gaza, and we don't know how long this hope will last, but we are happy to see the release of the 3 Israeli hostages and the 90 Palestinian prisoners. Today is the start of a new phase that will need both parties to show restraint. This is a fragile peace agreement that may be broken. It's a step forward that those who've been arbitrarily detained in Israeli prisons are being released. And we need humanitarian aid and the support of UNRWA. But this is a temporary pause, and we can't forget to deal with the roots of the conflict. We need to support the reconstruction of Gaza, respect for the decisions of the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice. It's time to repair what can be repaired and to sketch out the solution for the future. The EU has to be present, not only with financial assistance, but also as an active party searching for a political solution in the framework of the United Nations. In the EU, we have to start by getting an agreement within this House. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Madame Fries.
The ceasefire between Israel and Hamas has led to hope in Gaza so that people can sleep in peace with no air alarms. The civilian population can support their family members and all the people who have been lost in the ruins, and mothers can hug their children. But this ceasefire doesn't mean peace. It's a first step in the struggle for a two-state solution of free Palestine. 70% of Gaza is in ruins, and there's a huge need for humanitarian aid. And so the ceasefire is necessary but fragile. It's a chance, it's a first step of peace, but I fear that the hope might be snuffed out as quickly as it has arrived. That's why in the EU we must make sure we should work for a two-state solution until we reach it, rather than giving up in the face of all the unsolved questions. A two-state solution is the only way we can reach peace. I think we should act now, and I think that I know which side of history the EU should be on.
La palabra.
Mr. Assens has the floor.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I don't share the optimism that some of you have expressed. This is not a peace agreement. It's not the end of the violence, the apartheid, the ethnic cleansing, the occupation. It's not even a permanent ceasefire. It is just a pause in the midst of a living hell. Without reparation and justice without Netanyahu being arrested and judged, there will be no peace. Of course, it's a relief, but this is shameful that it wasn't signed earlier. In the meantime, thousands of people have been killed, and we didn't do anything to stop that happening. And there's a lot of skepticism because we know Netanyahu doesn't want peace. He just wants to win back a little bit of popularity, rearm, gain a bit more time, and continue with the annexation of the West Bank and the genocide in Gaza, where he's exterminated nearly 10% of the population. And Netanyahu won't stop until the US and Europe stop giving him financial, military and political support, until we carry out the demands of the International Criminal Court and the most basic demands of humanity. Before that happens, there will be no peace.
Muchas gracias, señora Sens. A continuación, la señora Serra Sánchez.
El genocidio no empezó el 7.
The genocide didn't begin on the 7th of October, and unfortunately it doesn't end now because the aim of the Israeli government is the extermination of the Palestinian people. Netanyahu and the security minister need to be judged for genocide and war crimes. 15 months during which Gaza has been flattened. Please speak a little bit more slowly, says the President. 15 months during which Israel has flattened Gaza thanks to unconditional support for it. 15 months during which humanitarian aid was rotting in the trucks while arms and weapons were getting in and assassinating women and children. The ceasefire is not our work, but this is our work. You could have stopped the genocide through exerting influence through your governments in Europe, but instead we supported the genocidal Israeli government. And now are we going to carry on supporting Netanyahu? What will we tell future generations? Who will write the history books? How will you explain your actions or inactions? This photo is the symbol of the cruelty, the collapse of European values and the collapse of international law. We will continue to support Palestine until Palestine is free. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Serra. Our next speaker is Madame Firmenich.
Die gute Nachricht.
Well, the good news is that finally there's a ceasefire in Gaza, and the first Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners have been released. But the horrible truth, however, is that negotiations opened the possibility of a ceasefire back in December 2023 on pretty much identical conditions. But these were torpedoed by the US, Germany, and the European Union. Mrs. Baerbock said it's not the politician's job to create a ceasefire. What a shameful moment. The Gaza war has cost 45,000 odd Palestinian lives. The West is co-responsible for this because there's been support from the US and Germany for the right-wing extremist Netanyahu. My party, the Sarah Wagenknecht Alliance, is calling for an end to weapons deliveries to Israel and a political solution, including an independent Palestine in 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital.
Dear colleague, our next speaker is Madame Sofko.
Thank you. Dear President, dear colleagues, the agreement is a significant result of a joint effort by outgoing and incoming US administration with Egyptians and Qatari partners. It shows once again that when the United States accepts to play its role fully on the global stage, it bears fruit. We have seen pictures of happy families reunited with their loved ones. However, many more are waiting in a state of unmeasurable fear to find out about the fate of remaining hostages. The deal must be implemented. Hostages must be returned home, and essential aid to Gaza must go unhindered. As we are preparing to pay for the reconstruction of Gaza, the EU should question itself and think about its role in fostering a permanent peace. The priority is that the Palestinians put the power back in the hands of the authorities that must be democratically elected. Palestinians Palestinians should not be ruled by terrorist group Hamas, who can only brought tears on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Madame Annunziata.
Thank you. In those very hours in Gaza, thousands of people are hanging between hope and despair, both Israeli and Palestinian. It is our duty for us, all of us, beyond the ideology, as the MEP and as human beings, help the short truce to become a real peace. Allow me to appeal to our High Representative. Mrs. Callas, Europe on the issue of the Middle East has been passionate but distant. Our effort to build peace has been almost non-existent. This is the time to make amend. Let's start with the humanitarian project, Mrs. Callas, a project large, generous, that will define your entire mandate. I believe that this Parliament has the intelligence, the passion and the means to help two populations survive with the right effort.
Grazie, signora Annunziata. Our next speaker is Madame Al-Salani.
For 470 days, the laughter of the children on the streets of Gaza have been replaced by bombs. Netanyahu has mass murdered over 40,000 Palestinians, leading to an arrest warrant by the ICC. But now we have a ceasefire that is very much welcome, leading to silencing the weapons, loved ones, both hostages and detainees, coming home to their families. This ceasefire must become a sustainable peace. Netanyahu and his extremist government must understand that if it's peace and security they want for the Israeli people, then they should not be bombing Palestinians or the neighboring countries. If it's peace and security Netanyahu wants for the Israeli people, it is by fulfilling the human rights of the Palestinian people. If it's peace and security Netanyahu and the Knesset want to build for the Israeli people, it is to stop the ban on UNRWA. And UNRWA is the only trusted and respected international organization by the Palestinians, both in Gaza, the West Bank, and the occupied territories. The needs of education for children and healthcare are overwhelming. It will take more than 350 years to rebuild Gaza. Netanyahu, you have 11 days to find a solution. And if the EU will do one thing right, it is to keep the pressure on Netanyahu to lift the ban on UNRWA.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Our next speaker is Madame Conquet. You have the floor.
Tack, herr talman.
Thank you, President. Well, we all know that a ceasefire cannot somehow remedy decades of occupation, destruction, broken families. A ceasefire will not reawaken the dead. A ceasefire cannot cure hatred among human beings. Some people say that we just want to put an end to this indiscriminate killing. We want peace. But these people also need to rebuild Gaza and create the preconditions for life in Gaza. We have to put an end to Israel's illegal occupation. We need to fight for a two-state solution. This is the only way forwards if we want freedom and security for Palestinians and for Israel. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Madame Anderson.
Arvoisa
President, the ceasefire will hopefully mean a moment of respite in the human suffering, a chance for people to be in security and an opportunity to bring humanitarian aid to the Gazans who desperately need it. The release of prisoners is an important step forward. But the ceasefire doesn't mean peace, and it doesn't bring justice. It won't bring back the tens of thousands of people who have lost their lives in the genocide in Gaza. The reconstruction of homes, schools, hospitals and roads will be a huge task. The countries of the EU are also responsible for the crimes going on for so long. Now it is the responsibility of the EU countries to ensure that all those guilty of war crimes are brought to justice. But that's not enough. Human rights and the right of self-determination for the Palestinians must be implemented in full, and Israel must end its illegal occupation of Palestinian areas. Without those, there will be no just and lasting peace.
Madam Anderson, nuestro siguiente orador es...
Our next speaker is Ambassador Pascual de la Parte.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Ayer fue un día...
Thank you. Yesterday was a day of happiness and peace for the Middle East, but of course it's a fragile ceasefire that we have to pay careful attention to. It consists of 3 stages. I hope they will all be carried out, but it is hanging by a thread. All sorts of things could happen. The EU can clearly help achieve the implementation of the ceasefire by giving political and diplomatic support through giving massive humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza who need it, and also beginning a reconstruction plan on a massive scale in the area. But let us not delude ourselves. There will be no peace in the Middle East until there is a permanent and definitive agreement between Palestine and Israel that guarantees the security of Israeli borders, the security of the Israeli state, and a dignified political solution for the Palestinian people. Without that, will be no peace and prosperity. But there'll be no peace in the Middle East if there is not an agreement on Lebanon, which prevents Hezbollah holding the entire country hostage and preventing peace. And we won't have peace in the Middle East either until Syria returns to the path of democracy. So now is the time for the EU to become the driving force to convene a regional peace conference, in the area that would include all the countries I've mentioned, whose actors have something to say. The United States, the Gulf states, Turkey, of course, all countries who can help contribute to peace. This peace conference will mean that the EU has to stay united and must come forward with an EU proposal. Let's resolve our differences, let's overcome our difficulties, and let's offer as peace mediators. If we don't, we'll only blame ourselves afterwards. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Pachin. Thank you, Mr. President. The human suffering that we've witnessed has to be attended to. It must be attended to wherever it happens, but we have to help the weakest first. That's all part and parcel of our culture, our values, and our civilization. We all agree on the importance of humanitarian aid. The tears of despair that we've seen in the eyes of Gazan civilians who've been massacred over and over, and the tears in the eyes of the Israeli families who've finally received back their family members after agonizing captivity. But all of this can only be guaranteed if we have a robust peace agreement. We need to make sure that humanitarian aid reaches all the population without obstacles. We have to give a free hand to the humanitarian organizations, especially UNRWA. And the EU has to work for a definitive 2-state solution, devoting all of its diplomatic capacity to this and supporting the International Criminal Court. But above all, ladies and gentlemen, the EU in particular must always lend a helping hand to those who suffer and who call for help, whether they are calling for help in Arabic, in Hebrew, Ukrainian, Spanish, or whatever.
Los acuerdos salvan vidas.
Agreements can save lives, but behind the agreements are the devastated houses, the rubble, the destroyed hospitals, the members of families who will never return to their homes. What has happened in Gaza is a genocide. this agreement will save lives, but too many lives have already been lost. Too many tears have been shed. There has been too much unnecessary destruction and suffering in impunity. From the rubble, above the rubble is a reflection of the world in which we live, where governments kept silent while genocidal acts were being committed. Let's never forget this photograph. Please look at this photograph. Gazans were risking their lives to help others while the Israeli government was prolonging the genocide. All our support to UNRWA, to the reconstruction process. We need to have a stable and lasting peace, and Israel has to put an end to the occupation, which is the cause of all the evil, the root of the evil, illegal occupation, illegal settlement. Israel has to be sanctioned. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. You have a blue card from Mr. Oliveira. Do you accept that?
Thank you very much, President. Well, we need a solution for the root cause here, which is respect for the Palestinian people, including the UN resolutions, the enforcement. We need respect for international law, particularly the right to self-determination, to have a state. So what is the role of the EU in this regard? What demands should we be putting on the European institutions to make a contribution to enforcing the UN resolutions, to defend the rights of the Palestinian people and the right to have a state? Can we make this real in the lives of the Palestinian people?
Muito obrigada, señor Oliveira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliveira. Well, it's interesting that you're asking me a question to me and not to the far right, who never replied to this. The EU has been absent. So the Commission has only turned up for the final part of this debate on a historic day where we're commemorating this ceasefire. The EU has to rebuild, it has to help to put an end to the illegal occupation, and above all, it needs to take the legal steps necessary as well, because Israel needs sanctions or punishment for what it has done. This is a genocide. It's not up to this Parliament, but we call for international law.
Madame de Middle.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, President. Finally, yesterday, that could be read in the various faces across the region, the joy about a ceasefire. But 15 months is what it has taken. You have to ask, why has it taken so long? Why has the EU been silent for so long? Or some countries, including Germany, have sent weapons to the area. Why did so much blood have to be spilled? So many children be murdered? And those children who didn't die, according to a study, say that they wish to die. Every second child in Gaza is so traumatized. Just imagine. And some hours before the ceasefire started, Netanyahu gave the orders to bomb again, murdered more children. All these crimes, war crimes, colleagues, must be condemned. Netanyahu says that he doesn't want a long-term peace. That's not on. We don't want a ceasefire. We want a permanent ceasefire, and for that we need justice for the Palestinians. We must have a Palestinian in the borders of 1967. The member states must do that if they're serious about a two-state solution.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, Mr. Becker.
Voorzitter, collega's.
Mr. President, colleagues, after more than 471 days, finally there is a ceasefire in Gaza, and not a day too soon. However fragile the ceasefire is, at least it gives us hope that we can turn one of the darkest pages of the history of the Middle East, both for Israelis and for Palestinians. There are some positive signals in the region zooming out. The fall of Assad in Syria, the new president and prime minister in Lebanon, the declining influence of Russia and Iran in the area. These are rays of light with the hope of peace. But of course, what about Europe in all of this story? Let's take this fragile ceasefire as an opportunity to work with Israel, Palestinians, with other countries in the region to make this a lasting peace, to ensure that terrorism and extremism never torture this region again.
Mr. Nemetz, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, after 50 months of bloodshed, at last, Palestinians and Gaza will be able to catch the breath. The hope has been restored also for the families of Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners, many of whom were detained without charges. I sincerely welcome the ceasefire, and I hope it will lead to a peaceful coexistence and to the establishment of a Palestinian state. However, the peace agreement will never erase the war crimes and more than 47,000 victims. The agreement will never erase the hypocrisy of a paralyzed West, which to this day has not universally condemned acts of genocide. Even more shocking is that just last week, 2 more EU states said they will defy the arrest warrant for Netanyahu. The ACC was not established only for Rwanda or for the Western Balkans or for Putin, but for all war crimes and for all war criminals. History teaches us that the victim can become the perpetrator. So, full respect of the courts is essential. I call for urgent increase of humanitarian aid to Gaza, restoring full operations UNRWA, and the start of post-war reconstruction. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, Senora Martins.
Thank you, President. The images of happiness on the part of the Palestinian people after the ceasefire and the images of the 3 released hostages create hope. But nothing is guaranteed. There's still a lot to be done. We have to guarantee that we don't go back. And we cannot allow the continuation of illegal occupation. Trump and Biden are fighting to take the credit for the agreement, but they are both accomplices. Netanyahu remains in a state of impunity despite the arrest warrants from the International Criminal Court, and agreements with Israel remain in force. Israel still has laws preventing the activities of UNRWA, and we need to support UNRWA at this moment. The hope of peace and justice has to be based upon the majority that want to see peace for Palestine. And institutions like this Parliament have to do the right thing.
Now it's time for Maria Walsh.
What lies before us now is a fragile promise of peace. The ceasefire, while essential, is only the first step, and our focus must now shift to 2 key issues: accountability and the long road to rebuilding Gaza. A ceasefire does not erase the wrongs of yesterday, and peace will not take root without justice. As the violence ends, we hope, we must ensure that accountability is brought to the fore. Accountability is the foundation on which a lasting peace will be built, ensuring stability in the Middle East in the challenging years ahead, along with justice for the many thousands and thousands of victims. I welcome the Commission's announcement last week of a new aid package for Gaza. But let's be very clear, this is just the beginning. Rebuilding homes, schools and hospitals must require not just money but strategic vision. The EU, US and UK must lead in investing in the long-term recovery of Gaza's devastated infrastructure. I'm immensely proud of the Irish people's unwavering support for a ceasefire. Even when our critics were loud and harsh, Ireland has stood firm and have every confidence that we will continue to fight for peace. But this burden can no longer rest on a handful of nations. All 27 member states must step forward with real and meaningful actions, not just words. The promise of peace is tangible for Israelis and Palestinians alike, but let's not mistake this moment as an end. This is only the beginning of the work we must all do collectively. Thank you very much.
Madam Wells, do you have a blue card from Madam Boylan? Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Madam Riddle.
In the first days in this truce between Israel and Hamas, I'm thinking of the Israeli hostages and their families, and all these tens of thousands killed and those still living in a destroyed world. The hostages taken must be condemned, and we should also condemn the response of Israel, which has killed tens of thousands, destroyed whole swathes of Gaza, schools, hospitals, refugee camps. The assassinations of Isas, if that's not an act of resistance, and also the response of Israel is not legitimate. I condemn those who have the moral bankruptcy, who don't, and that is not a member in this in European societies and in this hemicycle. This truce is fragile, and we must keep the pressure on Netanyahu. Netanyahu has the possibility of restarting hostilities as soon as he wants to. It'll be time for justice and peace. I'm on the side of those who want to find a solution so that the peoples of Israel and Palestine can live side by side in security. The security of one depends on the liberty of the others, and vice versa.
Madam Doherty, you have the floor.
President, at the height of the Cold War, US President John F. Kennedy declared that peace is a daily, a weekly, a monthly process, gradually changing opinions, slowly eroding old barriers, quietly building new structures. The ceasefire in Gaza must last. The eyes of the world must stay on the region, and the agreement should be followed by a new, comprehensive political agreement of a two-state solution. And this is the best way to ensure long-term peace. And this opportunity cannot be lost, like we have seen so many times in the past. Other countries in the region, Europe, the US, must be committed partners in this peace process. Political, cultural and financial partners that see us slowly progress towards that two-state solution, because never, ever again should we allow ourselves to witness scenes like the horrific attack on October the 7th, taking hostages of innocent men, women and children, or the subsequent near destruction of the people and the infrastructure of Gaza. Closer to home, colleagues, we must combat the rise of anti-Semitism, because too much of it these days goes unnoticed, and it's now becoming an accepted part of normal discourse, and it sets an extremely dangerous precedent. We must put a stop to it, and do that now. As Europe learned in the 1940s, the 50s and the 60s, and as Northern Ireland learned in the 90s, peace is not something that simply happens. It's a process that requires consistent effort and dedication over many years and decades. UNRWA reports today, for the first time in many, many months, the people of Gaza hear the sound of children playing. That's something we must strive for to make louder and permanent.
Dear colleague, Madam Doherty, you have a blue card from Madam Boylan. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Rutten. You have the floor.
President, colleagues, Netanyahu never prioritized it, but hostages are being released again. He prioritized destruction of Gaza, but the killing of Gazans has stopped for now. I'm glad there is a fragile ceasefire, but the only thing that changed since this deal was brokered 8 months ago is finally putting enough pressure on Israel and Hamas to accept it. But it wasn't the EU. I wish I could credibly urge the Commission and Member States' governments to help turn this fragile ceasefire into durable peace through real pressure towards truth, justice, reparations, and a viable two-state solution. But I can't. Not credibly. I deeply, deeply hope I will be convinced of the contrary. But so far, European leaders, those holding the EU presidency, no less actively attack the rules-based international order by undermining the position of the ICC. There cannot be durable peace without justice and accountability. Accountability for all crimes committed by Hamas and Israel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Señor Bugallo.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Para que as vozes...
For voices to be heard, the guns need to fall silent. That is what happened yesterday in the Gaza Strip. Today, there is silence. So we have seen the hostages released, and we can hope that the suffering of the Palestinian people can be relieved as soon as possible. But this could give us food for thought. 15 months after the Hamas attacks, the idea was that Israel should never be so vulnerable again. But whether we're from the right or left of this House, the Israeli response had costs and will have consequences. The popularity of the two-state solution in Israel is down to minimum levels, and all of the help from the rest of the world will amount to little without this starting point. All too often, there's been indifference, and this has opened wounds across the Middle East. We need to create an opportunity for peace in the Middle East, but also for the rest of the world and Europe. The promise to never forget that every single life has value, wherever you may be born. We should not forget our promise not to forget and to support multilateralism and international law. We cannot have double standards for those who are our friends and those who are our enemies. We have to remember the value of human life. We have to ensure that the weapons do not speak again and that our voice is stronger. Thank you.
I have a blue card from Mr. Oliveira. Do you accept it?
I accept it, yes.
Okay. Mr. Oliveira, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, President. Mr. Bugallo, you talked about the need for humanitarian assistance in Gaza. Well, that's self-evident. The situation for the population there is tragic. But who's in a position to guarantee that? It's the United Nations for Refugees and Works. However, that work is banned at the moment. How can you combine the necessary humanitarian assistance, but the need to insist on with Israel that they go back on their decision to ban UNRWA? Because without them, there's going to be no way to help the Palestinian people. Thank you very much. Well, the decision of the Israeli parliament is a sovereign decision, and we have to live with it. Well, how are we going to live with it? First of all, we have to understand it. UNRWA found 7 members of its staff who had a relationship with Hamas, and they have now been removed from the organization. But the foreign ministry wrote a letter to the EU increasing the financing of UNRWA. The EU has been increasing financing for humanitarian aid for Gaza. So I have faith in this union, and I think that we can do useful work within the union.
And last, our colleague O'Riordan, you have the floor.
This ceasefire offers the people of Gaza a moment to breathe after 15 months of horror. The task of rebuilding Gaza requires Europe's full commitment to help Palestinians restore their lives with dignity. It is the EU's moral duty. The future of Gaza's 650,000 children depends on getting back into UNRWA schools, many of which lie in rubble today. And frankly, I am disgusted at the diseased mindset that has led some MEPs in this House to undermine UNRWA, with some even voting to defund school books for children. The proposed Knesset law to dismantle UNRWA's operation puts at risk any chance for lasting peace in the region. Too often in this conflict, the EU's silence in the face of injustice has left a shameful echo. Now Europe must show its humanity, support UNRWA, rebuild Gaza, stand for justice, peace and a future for the children of Palestine.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. We are going to jump now into the Catch the Eye. I have 5 requests, and I'm going to attend all of them. First place for Madame Grappini.
Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, I believe that we are all glad that this agreement was reached yesterday. I've seen the faces of all 3 hostages, among whom a Romanian, 31-year-old Romanian. We can hardly imagine how these hostages lived. Of course, we need to condemn the loss of any life, but we must be fair and we must not apply double standards. We condemned Russia for attacking Ukraine, and equally, we must not forget that Israel was attacked by Hamas, and in order to have peace in the area, we must all think from the European Union, the member states, the United Nations, how we can get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah. Unless we eradicate them, unless these organizations have money to prosper, we cannot have peace. It is good to have 2 states, but it's important to think about how we build Palestine, a state with democratic institutions and not a state with Hamas and Hezbollah. In the meantime, we must maintain the ceasefire agreement. Thank you.
Very much, Madame Moretti.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Niman al-Fazi, 35 years old, was living in a tent in the south of Gaza. She woke up one morning to breastfeed her youngest child. I turned on my phone and I noticed that my child's turned blue and was bleeding. I couldn't hear the heartbeat. At the end of December, 6 children died of cold in the Gaza Strip. Children who were already weakened by hunger and exposure to the cold. These are children who no one speaks about. This weekend, we saw the embrace of the returned hostages and the released prisoners. But no one can cancel out the war crimes that we have borne witness to. We need a peace agreement that is based upon respect for human beings and human rights and international law. Let's do this for all of those who do not want to die of cold or hunger in the future.
Our next speaker is Madame Vieira.
Colleagues, in this chamber, we have mourned the deaths of almost 50,000 Palestinians, including 20,000 children. A ceasefire in Gaza, while fragile and imperfect, offers a crucial first step to end this bloodshed. This pause must not be an end on itself, but a beginning of a determined effort to achieve lasting peace. Our societies, governments, and institutions have a very heavy responsibility from now onwards. First of all, to ensure that the ceasefire holds. Opportunities for peace are as rare as they are valuable, and we cannot afford to waste this one. Secondly, to support humanitarian relief and Palestinian-led reconstruction in Gaza. And this, let me tell you, cannot happen without the support of UNRWA. They're crucial not just for humanitarian support, but also for services like education and medical care. The Knesset ban on this agency would be catastrophic at this moment, and we cannot let it go ahead. And finally, we have the responsibility to champion a just and lasting solution in the region, a 2-state solution, and seek justice for the Palestinian people, safety for everyone in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Mr. Botenga.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. This ceasefire agreement has revealed something perhaps surprising, but something fundamentally true about the Israeli state. In exchange for the hostages freed by Hamas, Israel has been forced to release Palestinian prisoners. Now, I don't know some people have said they were dangerous terrorists, but I looked it all up. The Palestinian prisoners who have been released, well, there were 69 women and 21 children. The youngest of those was 12 years old, imprisoned, locked up without a trial, without even charges or a sentence by Israel. They were, in other words, hostages of Israel. Israel is now a country that also takes hostages, innocent Palestinians. How is it possible that this assembly says nothing about that? How is it possible that we still support Israel, that we continue to finance this country, a country that engages in hostage taking? It's a rogue state, not a democratic state. We have to humanize Palestinian prisoners and call for their release.
Madame Yanovici Sosoaka.
Vă mulțumesc. Thank you very much. I listen to all of you and I am absolutely flabbergasted. When you point your finger at Israel, you're anti-Semitic. No, you talk about justice. When a state does wrong, that state must pay. My distinguished Romanian colleague, Mrs. Grappini, has probably forgotten that Romania has recognized the Palestinian state. So Palestine does exist like a state, and it must exist like a state. If it's no longer there, then it means that any state in the world, whenever attacked by a bigger, more powerful country, supported by even more powerful country, could just as well disappear. Please, dear colleagues, we're talking about more than 40,000 women and children, people killed by Israel. I understand Hamas attacked Israel. But who paid for the fact that Hamas could basically waltz into the Israeli territory? Let's not forget, Israel has formidable defenses. You can't just walk in. Where's the justice then? Mr. Netanyahu is the object of an international arrest order, and nobody lifts a finger. I am a lawyer. I'm a legal expert. I want to see justice done. So I request that the European Parliament ensure justice for all. Yes, Hamas must be held accountable, but so do Israel and Netanyahu.
For the catch the eye when it was closed, but he's been so active during the debate that I'm going to give him the catch the eye. You have your minute.
Thank you very much, President. É inimaginável.
I think it's absolutely unimaginable to see the violence of the genocidal actions of Israel, and that the Palestinian people have been on the receiving end in the Gaza Strip. This temporary ceasefire has to be made permanent. 45 or more Palestinian victims, and the destruction of the shelter and health systems, and tens of thousands of Palestinians need immediate responses. What can the EU do to ensure that there's the necessary humanitarian aid, particularly through the efforts of UNRWA, despite Israel's ban on their work? What actions would the EU take to ensure that Israel complies with international law? And when will respect for UN resolutions be enforced? We need to see international respect for the rights of the Palestinian people, which have been unrecognized for decades.
Muito obrigado. The debate is closed. So, next item in the agenda, Next item on the agenda is Commission Statement, Heat Record Year 2024, the need for climate action to fight global warming. I give the floor as first speaker, the Commissioner Mikalev.
President, honourable members, tragic events across the globe, including the wildfires in California, the floods in Valencia and in Central Europe, show more than ever the urgency of fighting climate change. The recent report from the Copernicus Climate Change Service shows that 2024 was the hottest year on record, and for the world's land and ocean going back to 1850, and the first calendar year with global average temperature anomalies reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. 2024 was not an outlier. In fact, each of the past 10 years was one of the 10 warmest years on record. All data points to one conclusion. Human-induced climate change remains the primary driver of extreme air and sea surface temperatures. The rapid increase in global temperatures already leads to significant negative impacts across the world. We know that extreme temperatures and high humidity contribute to increased levels of heat stress. And the extreme rain and floods experienced in 2024 are a tragic reminder that we are all impacted by climate change. The target of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius is still alive, but we need urgent action. The EU is pursuing efforts to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach, and our climate policies are consistent with this target. The message is simple. The more we do now, the easier and cheaper it will be to reach our targets collectively agreed temperature goals and preserve our economic security, health, and the way of life. Almost exactly 5 years ago, we adopted the European Green Deal that set out our commitment to become a modern, resource-efficient, competitive, net zero economy, with no person and no place left behind. And we have shown that we can successfully reduce our emissions while growing our economy. Since 1990, emissions have been reduced by 37%. And in the same time period, the EU's gross domestic product grew by 68%. The EU has a strong record of reducing emissions. The reduction in emissions in 2023 was remarkable, an 8% reduction compared to 2022. While we acknowledge that a part of this was due to some reduction in industrial output between 2022 and 2023, the vast majority was driven by reductions due to carbon pricing under the ETS, namely massive additions of renewable energy, but also through energy efficiency improvements in energy-intensive industries. We remain on track to meet our 2030 climate target and climate neutrality by 2050. As the next step, set out in the political guidelines and following our obligations under the European Climate Law, we plan to soon put forward a legislative proposal to include the next intermediate target of net 90% reduction by 2040. This will further reinforce predictability and give investment certainty for our business and our citizens. We must combine ambitious action on climate, competitive industry, and prosperous society. Europe's competitiveness will be the key objective underpinning the forthcoming work of this new European Commission. In particular, with the Competitiveness Compass that we will announce next week, and the Clean Industrial Deal a bit more than a month from now. We want to foster opportunities in evolving clean tech sectors and help energy-intensive industry throughout the transition. Our action must be just and fair for all. We need to mitigate the rising costs of energy and transform the jobs associated with the technologies of yesterday into high-quality jobs of tomorrow. We also need to come forward with new nationally determined contribution in time for the COP30 in Belém later this year. This will also send a strong signal to our partners around the world to step up global climate action as all parties work to develop new post-2030 nationally determined contributions. According to the UNEP Emissions Gap Report of 2024, the EU share of global greenhouse gas emissions lies now at 6%. The EU cannot solve the climate crisis on its own. International cooperation remains at the heart. The Commission is also stepping up its carbon market diplomacy, providing people and expertise to support the development of robust carbon pricing or emissions trading support systems by our partners. The heat record year of 2024 also highlights the importance of action of big emitters, specifically the significant role of the G20 to lead the way. Developed countries need to show that they are aiming for the highest possible ambition and need to underpin this with implementation, reflected in annual emission cuts. Developing countries, especially the most vulnerable and island member states, are the hardest hit, while having contributed least to the climate crisis. The EU is strongly supporting our partner countries to respond to this climate crisis. With over $30 billion in 2023, the EU and its 27 member states continue being the biggest provider of international climate finance. Under the Paris Agreement, countries around the world committed to make all finance flows consistent with a pathway towards 1.5 degrees Celsius. This commitment is a key driver for mobilizing finance and supporting the energy transition and economic transformation. Besides the support we deliver, let us also consider that global action brings with it opportunities for European industry. The world needs to decarbonize. We can offer the technologies and products to do so and invest in this global transition. Improving climate preparedness and resilience is crucial for determining also our security, our well-being, and our prosperity, and also our competitiveness. We will prepare an ambitious climate adaptation plan to support member states on preparedness and planning, and to ensure regular science-based risk assessments. We want to develop this initiative together with this Parliament, the member states, and all relevant stakeholders through a broad, open, and participatory process.
Paldies, Komisār kungs.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Now the floor goes to Peter Liese from EPP for 2 minutes.
Dear colleagues, the data is horrifying. Last year, 1.5 degrees has been exceeded. Now, in formal terms, it is the case that in the long term, when we're talking about 20 years and in the future, perhaps we could achieve the 1.5 goal. However, unfortunately, I don't think it's realistic anymore, because right now, in these very hours, in Washington, we have an American president starting his mandate who is actively going to fight against climate protection. And in this situation, even if you have excellent plans made by Joe Biden, even if they were to be implemented in 2030, we will still have 2.5 times as much emissions in the United States as we would have had in the EU. So we have to be realistic, and at the same time, we can't be inactive. I say no. Every point counts, and the objectives of the Paris Agreement is something we can still achieve. The international climate procedure is something that's already survived Trump once. During his first presidency, we've had quite a lot of success. Now it's going to be more difficult, but we're only going to have success if we are better. So climate protection has to be technologically neutral, it has to be cost efficient, and it has to be less bureaucratic. Only that way can we really be a leading light. So we have to say we have to have the clean industrial deal from the Commission. We have to have the omnibus, especially to reduce bureaucracy and ensure the competitive compass. I'm really shocked that many people who support climate protection say that is going to be bureaucracy. There are some letters from the groups that say, no, we can't do anything. We have to delete these. I think that we have to achieve this, but we have to achieve it with less bureaucracy.
Thank you. Next, on behalf of S&D, Mr. Mohamed Shashim.
Het is altijd wel grappig dat... It's quite funny to hear that we should be dealing with the climate problem, but we should reduce red tape. Pretty amusing, really, isn't it? Anyway, if I could just make a brief prediction, I don't think this is the last time we'll be having a debate about the fact that we've just completed the hottest year ever. Climate change, as we all know, is extremely dangerous, and it's stupid to do nothing about it. Lots of people are vulnerable, those who live near coasts, rivers or forests. Look at the recent forests in the US. Look at the floods and the forest fires we've had in Europe over the last 12 months. Our farmers are losing more and more of their harvest because of heavy rainfall or drought. The problem is urgent, but there doesn't seem to be much of a sense of urgency, although there are lots of people calling for less red tape. So, Carl Sagan recently made a brilliant speech. He talked about how much the USA spent during the Cold War, $13 billion. And pretty large amount, maybe, but nobody back then seemed to ask whether this justified it. 25 billion euros in today's money. A quarter of what we earn. And maybe there was a slight chance the Russians might attack, but it was felt it was important to defend ourselves against the Soviets in the same way as we have to defend ourselves against Putin. With just a fraction of that amount, 2 or 3% of what our society earns, we should be able to tackle the problem of climate change. Meanwhile, the problem is getting worse and worse. The difference is that climate change isn't something which you can track with satellites and spies, but the consequences are disastrous. So we all seem to think it won't affect us until one day we find ourselves facing a disaster, and then we'll hear lots of politicians giving speeches about how we should never let this happen again. The best time to intervene was yesterday, and it would be even better if we started now.
Thank you. Next, on behalf of Patriots for Europe, Ms. Sardone, please.
Primo giorno.
The first day of the first plenary of 2025. So we're dealing with some very important subjects. And what is the priority for you? Your priority is the record heat in 2024, the hottest year on record. And therefore, you are requesting climate action. That's the title of today's debate. What does that mean in practice? More Green Deals and therefore bigger roadblocks on the European economy. Don't you realise that you're making a huge mistake? Have you ever looked at the numbers? Europe represents 8 to 9% of global emissions. Even if we brought our emissions down to zero, it would change nothing. And with the idea of being top of the class, you've imposed your ideological proposals in a way that not even China would do. In the meantime, you're going to remove funds from business, health and education for nothing. In 2024, the overall carbon or coal consumption has reached its historical highs. China is burning 1 in every 3 tons in the world. And then your obsession with electric vehicles, pushed by a Europe that is trying to outdo China, but which is powered by coal. That's a huge contradiction. We're not going to put up with this grotesque climate terrorism. This is all your fault. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor now goes on behalf of ECR, Michele Piccaro, for 2 minutes, please.
Signor Presidente, Presidency, honourable members. The year 2025 will go down in history with the highest temperatures
Our farming sector has suffered enormous losses. The Commission estimates that there's some 14 billion euros. This figure demonstrates just how much our financial stability is in danger, in particular in rural areas. In the face of this emergency, the European Union responded with the European Green Deal, allocating large amounts of funds to the New Generation EU Fund over and beyond. Results, the impact of this on the automotive sector, which we've seen, 1.8 trillion euros which was allocated. This was spent on sustainable development projects, once again with a view to achieving our objectives, our environmental and climatic objectives by 2030. The European Commission has calculated that total investment of 680 billion euros a year will be necessary. And that's essential, according to them, not only to mitigate climate change, but also to speed up our transition to a green economy. When it comes to green infrastructure, the total cost will be at least 1 trillion euros a year. It goes without saying that this will involve decisive action, and it will have a major impact when it comes to investment in sustainable development. This involves reinforcing infrastructure which will be in a position to be resilient with climate exchanges, while at the same time supporting rural areas which have been hard hit. We should be able to update our financial approach so as to ensure that every investment be examined in the light of its efficiency, so as to ensure that we really can use this money to make Europe more resilient and sustainable. All measures have to be rapid and proportionate to the urgency of the situation. Today, more than ever, we need practical measures which will guarantee a sustainable future for Europe. To this, however, we have to ensure that the European system, the Italian system, will also apply to all our international partners. Only in this way can we work together so as to ensure that we can improve the life of our citizens, while at the same time adopting a genuine Green Deal and a genuine environmental transition.
Thank you. On behalf of Renew, the floor goes to Pascal Canfin for 1 minute and a half.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, Monsieur le...
Thank you very much, Chairman and colleagues. I would like to say to all my colleagues on the far right who are on a daily basis trying to criticise our effort for the climate, it will be much, much, much more expensive not to take action today. All studies show that. Please look at them rather than coming up with some nonsense in this hemicycle. Secondly, we Europeans have spent money from our funds. We've spent over $500 billion last year to buy oil and gas that we don't have. The Americans, by exporting gas and oil, earned $150 billion. So just last year, there's almost a $600 billion trade gap between the European and the American economies. That's almost one recovery plan a year. One recovery plan a year as a trade gap, because we are buying oil and gas rather than developing the energy that we can develop at home. Renewable energy, nuclear, energy efficiency. So for our sovereignty, for our independence, for our trade balance, for our prosperity and our jobs, we must continue to work on climate action. It's not a moral issue. It's also in our economic interest. So we should do even more, and particularly not listen to those who are Trump's allies, Millei's allies, and the allies of the fossil fuel industry.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Greens and EFA, the floor goes to Sarah Matthew for 1 minute.
President Trump legde zojuist de...
Colleagues, President Trump is currently going through the swearing-in ceremony. One of the first things he'll do is to leave the Paris Climate Agreement. That agreement is designed to reduce CO2 emissions from all countries, and in particular from large emitting countries. Trump's decision will have gigantic effects on our environment, our planet, and our health. And that's why it's so important that Europe sets a good example now. We have to stick to our guns, stick to our course for our 2030 objectives, together with adopting ambitious objectives for 2040. I would call on the Commission to come forward as quickly as possible with European tools and levers so as to ensure that worldwide climate ambitions remain high. As we've heard, 2024 was the hottest year ever, and we have to prepare ourselves for ongoing heating of the climate with effective legislation, while at the same time showing leadership when it comes to the next climate summit in Brazil.
Thank you. The floor now goes to Georgios Georgiou on behalf of the left for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, the planet is literally on fire. We're seeing floods and fires leading to the loss of life and property. They're damaging the natural environment. This is climate change. No, it's climate crisis. I think that Europe should not turn back. We need to give and commit sums to the future generations. We manage to tighten our belts when we need to. We've been giving money to the green transition industry. We need to tax the rich and the polluters, not the middle classes, not the global south, which is who bears the burden of climate change. Commissioner, the catastrophe is ahead of us. Do something. You may not have another chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, on behalf of Europe Sovereign Nations Group, the floor goes to Ms. Arndt for 2 minutes, please.
Yes, in the year 2024, we had a record heat level. The average global temperature was 1.6 degrees above the pre-industrial level. And so, what? A warmer climate was always a blessing for humanity. Only technological development makes it possible for us to live in colder regions. Cold is a killer, the killer for people, not heat, not the heat that we're discussing today. And because of the extreme cold right now in Germany, they're issuing warnings. Citizens have to be very cautious, and the emergency services are on high alert. So it's frost, which means you have to use more electricity, more gas. In 2023, 5.5 million people in Germany who said, in their opinion, they couldn't adequately heat their house or their apartment because of financial reasons. So in Germany, you also have to expect power outages. This is a fiasco. Earlier, even without any CO2 emissions, there was climate differences. And in the Middle Ages, it was significantly warmer than it was right now. So the heating in the last 20 years has to do with the fact that the sun is shining longer. The sunshine hours in Europe has increased 250 hours a year. And since 2020, the International Maritime Organization has said that there's a prohibition of highly pollutive ship fuels. So, and the heating since 2020 can be related to simple fact that there are more clouds. And however, no one's mentioning this. This information is suppressed because the governments earn money on the CO2 taxes, on the emission certificates. That is money that's being taken away from the citizens. It's subsidizing wind, solar, heat pumps, and all kinds of dubious climate projects. And here, you have to really bring this out into the open. Speaker breaks off.
Lydia Pereira for 1.5 minutes, please.
Planeta mais quente hoje é planeta com mais desastres amanhã.
A heating planet is a planet which will be faced with a growing number of catastrophes in the future. In 2024, the average temperature of the world exceeded that of the pre-industrial era by 1.5%. The limits we set out in the Paris Agreement has been missed. Fires, floods, rising sea levels, just 3 examples of threats to human life, entire populations, or indeed whole countries. In Portugal, more than 14,000 buildings are faced with the risk of coastal erosion or floods. 40,000 are faced with high fire risk. Climate change is nothing to do with ideology. It's an indisputable reality. It's obviously in our economy we need clean energy. We also need cheap energy, cheaper energy for businesses. So we hear about certain companies withdrawing from the Net Zero Banking Alliance as Trump takes power in the United States. With that as a backdrop, it's important that the rest of the world pull together to defend the world economy. The challenge of clean, renewable energy must succeed so as to avoid any further heating of the planet. We should also take a great strategic leap forward for European competitiveness. Saving the planet is not just about doing the right thing, it's also doing the correct thing.
João Oliveira, the second one is Gamprendi, Mr. Gerbenian. You take both, yeah? We will start with Mr. Oliveira. The floor is yours.
Obrigado, Presidente. Sr. Deputado Lídia Pereira, é uma evidência.
Thank you, President. Ms. Lydia Pereira, it's quite obvious that European politics are based on market instruments when it comes to defending the climate. This has clearly been a failure. It's also clear that those objectives are not underpinned with any examples of success. In other words, it's an enormous risk, it's a bet. I would like to know whether you recognise the failure of market instruments when it comes to achieving environmental objectives. My second question, perhaps even more important, what do you think about the outlook, the prospects of us changing the way we live to defend the climate? What do you think about the idea of abandoning capitalism, which is leading to the destruction of natural environments and ecosystems? Capitalism is based on waste. That's what leads to its profits. And that's clearly an enormous obstacle to our climate objectives. So, to respond to your question, I would like to start by referring to the Pope as a Christian Democrat. The Pope called on everybody to act, and this is essential for the environment. Everybody has to act. We need the market, we need businesses, we also need individuals, communities. So my first answer to you is that once again, each and every one of us must be acting. Only by acting together globally can we succeed. To respond to your second question, in which you once again heap criticism on the capitalist system, I would like to remind you that the capitalist system has enabled us to lift millions of people out of poverty. It will also enable us to find a balance between climate change and the financial system. You have another blue card from Mr. Gamandri. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. Pereira, for the sense of urgency that you described about climate change. But at the same time, it is your group that is undermining the Green Deal by trying to get rid of the deforestation law, by trying to get rid of the phasing out of the combustion engine. So how can you justify this high urgency that you're describing to fight climate change and at the same time being member of a group that is deliberately undermining the Green Deal plus climate policy?
Floor is yours. You can answer, please.
Sr. Deputado, eu acredito...
Thank you. I think that we should not focus on division, and especially not when it comes to the environment. I would remind you that over the last 5 years, the European People's Party has adopted most of the Objective 55, Fit for 55 package. In spite of that, it does not. We can't have a solution that doesn't take businesses' needs into account. You will not hear us questioning Europe's commitment. We have signed our commitment in 2019, and not at one moment since the beginning of this term have we questioned it.
1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Commissioner, 2024, the warmest year ever. And that's not just a statistic. It's reality. It's a reality that affects everyone right now. Higher temperatures, heat waves, fires, extreme weather. It kills people. It destroys our ecological systems. In Sweden, it's been a leader when it comes to climate and the environment, but it's no longer the case. The current liberal conservative government essentially is driven by the extreme right. It has actually ruining Sweden's reputation in climate matters. They're proposing policies that increase emissions, and Sweden has gone from being the very top of the class to really being the bad example. And in the most recent mandate period, we've been trying to demonstrate some leadership. However, right now, we're seeing the same development here in the EU. And those who are in the far right are denying climate change and trying to destroy the Green Deal. And now, of course, we're listening to Trump's inauguration, where he says he wants to leave the Paris Climate Agreement once again. We know that competitiveness and fighting climate change has to go hand in hand. And of course, we have to ensure that this creates jobs and increased growth. We have no time to lose, because I want to increase our ambitions to reach the 2040 level by having 90%.
Androuet for 1 minute, please.
Currently, the so-called environmental solutions pushed by the left, who are rather prophets than scientists, would say that either we have greenwashing or degrowth. Their failure on the energy issue with their attachment to nuclear push us to go towards coal, and that should have been a lesson for us. Solar panels have required us to pull up forests. That's another madness. If you want to bring temperatures down, stop cutting down forests, stop putting concrete over surfaces. Deforestation is one of the biggest reasons for temperatures increasing in cities. Bagnolet, which is run by the far left, pulled up trees, forgetting that the carbon capture power is better when a tree is in full maturity. We have to take environmental issues out of the hands of ideologues. We have to face this common challenge, both in urban and rural areas.
Green for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Vice President. We're here to debate this record heat in 2024 and the need to take climate change actions. I'm not questioning the fact that it's warmer or that climate change actions are needed, but the EU is not responsible for the greatest amount of emissions. It's communist China which is responsible, and they're also the greatest winner, the greatest benefit of our climate policy, because I can see my colleagues simply don't understand that the EU cannot save the world by demolishing our own industry and making life difficult for the common citizen. Your policies mean that jobs leave Europe. And, moreover, emissions aren't disappearing either. They're just simply moved to other parts of the world. Instead, for strangling our industry, we need to cut down unnecessary EU bureaucracy. We should focus on innovation. If we look at history, it's the development of technology which is best to reduce emissions. And we really need to have a realistic climate policy. We can't have these doomsday prophecies and this anxiety, but those who are beating themselves, who are trying just to avoid getting the plague, well, actually, they end up being part of spreading the plague.
Madam Timgren, colleague Timgren, you have a blue card from Benedetta Scuderi. Would you like to take it?
From who?
From Benedetta Scuderi.
Okay.
From Greens, yeah. Yes, thank you.
You said that we need to address the global emissions, but then your party would oppose to anything that is tackling that, like the due diligence law or the deforestation law that is actually tackling what we do outside of Europe. Your party is not addressing anything that is tackling the overconsumption, and we know that overconsumption is produced in third countries. Your party is very, very strong partner and very close to Trump, that is going to be the president that is going to increase the American emissions. And I would like to remember you that the US is the second responsible for emissions in the planet. So how do you think we can solve the planetary emissions if your party wants to stop anything that Europe could do to play its part on the international level?
Please, you have a floor to answer, please.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, we need to increase the emission. I said that. That's of course, it's important. But we need to do that by innovation, not with shut down all the industries and move them to other parts of the world. That's not a solution. Or close the nuclear power. Look what happened in Germany. It will not save the planet or EU. We need to focus on both innovation, competitiveness, to be able to have a climate politics. And I think it's important to balance these two, to have an effective politic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, colleague Timgren. You have one more blue card from Emma Wiesner. Perhaps you know her. So.
Now, this is ridiculous. Sweden Democrats are complaining about the climate crisis and complaining about China, but your party voted no to have emission trading, and you voted against CBAM, which is going to reduce the emissions in China, and you want to replace this with use of fossil fuel. Now, Sweden Democrats actually have a worse climate policy than the AfD. So how can you complain about a climate crisis when your party doesn't have one single intelligent proposal on how we should be reducing emissions?
You have time for answer, please.
Yeah, tack.
Thank you very much. I think that our party is one of the few parties that has a realistic proposal on how we should do this. You just can't pump a huge amount of money into a system and think everything is going to be solved. You have to have development. You have to have innovation. Otherwise, we're not going to have any progress. We have to have energy. We have to have nuclear power. We have to balance technology and innovation. That's the only way of having an efficient climate policy, which will benefit our economy, because we're behind when it comes to innovation.
Now we continue debate. Next speaker, Jan Herbrandi, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, also for your pronunciation of my name. Thank you. Dear colleagues, since we were installed in July last year, we've had a debate every single month on the devastating effects of climate change. About flooding in Central Europe, about flooding in France, in Sicily, Valencia, and rightly so, because climate change is not something of the future anymore. It strikes now. And every year it strikes harder, creating more damage, causing more casualties. 2023 and 2024 have been the hottest years in history, and even more disturbing, much hotter than predicted. Scientists now state that we will pass the 1.5 degrees ceiling in 2030. So all responsible groups in this House are still standing by the Paris Agreement. Then act accordingly. I challenge the EPP and ECR. If you take Paris seriously, we have to clean our transport sector, our industry and agriculture. Stop denying science and stop undermining the Green Deal, but join Renew to fight climate change and at the same time strengthen our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Per Holmgren, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Dear friends, now we're here right now on the wrong side of 1.5 degrees, and we were very close last year. And this very rapid warming in the last 2 or 3 years, we didn't even know about that when we negotiated the climate package Fit for 55. And that's why the ambitions right now have to be seriously raised, because it's not fine to talk about 90% in 2040 or climate neutrality in 2050. Climate neutrality in 2050 would mean that we would have to continue to increase the greenhouse effect up until 2050, and that means that the global warming isn't going to continue, but it's going to continue to accelerate until 2050. So we're going to go above 2 degrees way before that, and 2024 has been the warmest year ever. However, with the current climate policies, it's going to be one of the coldest years that many of us will ever experience in the rest of our lives. Thank you.
Next speaker, Elena Kontor, please, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, President. 2024 was the hottest year in history. The consequences of the climate crisis and overheating are getting worse, and extreme weather events are causing significant damage across Europe. In southern Europe, and especially in Greece, islands and coastal areas don't have enough funding, they don't have resilient infrastructure, nor do they have the necessary interconnectedness in order to face these events, which means that they are disproportionately affected and end up being desertified. In order for us to deal with the negative effects of the climate crisis, we have an urgent need to create a new regional governance model to prevent and manage natural disasters that will be directly linked to the European climate adaptation strategy. And we would need to reinforce vulnerable regions with modern and resilient infrastructure and provide European funds to deal with natural disasters by creating an independent long-term fund for natural disasters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Andras Tivadar Kulja, for 1.5 minutes.
Kedves képviselőtársaim, 2020.
Thank you very much, colleagues. In 2024, it was one of the hottest years on record. Climate change is no longer just a distant threat, rather it's part of our daily life, and it's claiming lives within our hospitals. In Hungary, the heat waves have created life-threatening situations. As a doctor, I've seen how when you have 30 or 35 degrees, patients and doctors are fighting for their lives. Doctors, nurses, colleagues, everyone working in the operating rooms says that the heat is exhausting them, and it makes the patient's chances of recovery worse. These high temperatures put a huge strain on the cardiovascular system, and it means that the patients and healthcare workers are mentally exhausted. So we have to act together. And that's why I'm a member of the delegation to this year's climate summit. At the same time, member states have to prepare their economic and social systems to deal with the impacts of climate change. The Hungarian government has failed at both levels. The government has failed at both levels. And they're restricting the use of green energy, and the oligarchs are simply enjoying the outsourcing of hospital renovations instead of making a system that caters to the needs of patients. Climate change is endangering everyone's life.
Floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, President. Our debate in the European Parliament reminds us that our time is up. The increase in the temperatures now achieved 1.5%, blowing out of the water the objectives which the international community adopted. And since we did that 10 years ago, we've broken one record another, and we still haven't reached the peak of global emissions. In other words, in all likelihood, the situation is likely to further deteriorate. Let me remind you of figures. In recent days, we've heard that 50% of the economic assets will be at risk over the next 20 years because of climate change. The Court of Votes told us that we'll be subject to we've wasted 26 billion euros in the last decade because of climate change. As the temperature increases, if it goes from 1.5 to 3 degrees, we'll then be talking potentially about 42 billion. This threatens not just life, ecosystems, but also our economy. What can we do? We can adapt. Secondly, we have to set ambitious objectives for 2040. We've now started talking about this in the next COP, which will be taking place in Berlin. We'll be talking about that with the rest of the world.
For 1.5 minutes, please.
The hottest year ever measured. Now, it's probably measured by these hundreds of different places in the UK and the US, which no longer exist, where they have to simply extrapolate the data, or people who are right in these heat islands in the middle of cities. That's where they're measuring this. In Washington, President Trump, because it's so cold, he's being inaugurated within the Capitol instead of outside. And right now, we're having a cold summer on the southern hemisphere. However, everyone, you have to, in the climate church, you have to believe this hysteria that we're about to have an apocalypse. And they're demanding measures, more measures, which will ruin our economy, which will ruin the basis of our prosperity, and measures which, above all, are not going to impact the climate. And even if, because Europe only has 7% of the worldwide emissions. So these Green Deal measures have not any effect on the climate. They just cost a huge amount of money. They make us poorer, and they are stealing the resilience from us, our ability to react. And so if Europe is going to have a future, then we need a change, 180 degrees. And we have to end this damaging Green Deal.
Next speaker, Sergio Berlato, for 1.5 minutes.
Signor Presidente.
President, Commissioner, denying climate change is denying the evidence. People say that climate change has always existed and will always exist because it's a natural phenomenon of our planet. These changes are linked to the varied activity of our sun. Saying that the main cause of climate change is human activity, and in particularly CO2 emissions linked to that activity, is a theory that is not based on any scientific foundations. While we share the need to curb the man-made activities that pollute with substances that are truly dangerous for human health and for ecosystems and the environment, defining carbon-intensive activities as damaging is really paradoxical, because plants use CO2 to produce oxygen. Is CO2 emissions dangerous? Emissions training, better known as ETS, since it's begun, has earned 175 million euros. We're using disaster as a way to scare people and impose unjustified measures that constrain their individual freedoms. We're putting Europe at a disadvantage compared with other economies around the world. We shouldn't be listening to the prophecies.
Blue card from Madame Benedetta Scuderi. Would you like to take? Yes. Please take your place the same what you were speaking. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Onorevole Berlato.
Mr. Berlato, I would like to ask you two questions. First, in your scientific view, have you ever found climate change that happened in such a short space of time with such a great number of degrees? Because I'm interested in your scientific opinion, but I don't think that exists. Secondly, politically, can you tell me that if this is the view of your party, if what you're saying is on behalf of the Meloni government, are you saying that climate change does not depend on emissions? Because there appears to be a contradiction on the causes of climate change. And that is in the hands of the governing party in Europe, in Italy.
Noi, cara collega, abbiamo tantissime...
We've got many demonstrations that the climate has changed in the past and will change in the future, as you know. You just have to study things. It's very easy to find this information. Now, regarding my declarations, my name is Sergio Bellato. I'm a member of the European Parliament, and I've always been very coherent and free to express my opinions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Emma Wiesner, for 1 minute, please.
Last year was the hottest year on record ever measured. In fact, every year from now on is going to be the hottest year on record ever. And so if that weren't enough, then we have today a climate denier sworn in as president in one of the largest countries in the world. So there's no any doubt that what he's going to do now. The most important man, most powerful man in the world doesn't give a damn about climate. And we can already see, it seems so simple to do nothing. And it seems so simple to just pretend there's no climate crisis. But the fact is, it's more expensive. It's more difficult not to do anything. And we know what we have to do. We know we have to have less emissions, stop fossil fuels, and make it inexpensive to choose no fossil, and work against these climate deniers.
Scuderi for 1 minute, please.
1896 Arrhenius scriveva dell'impatto della CO2.
In 1986, Arrhenius talked about the impact of CO2 on the climate. In the 1970s, scientists from Exxon discovered the devastating impact of burning fossil fuels, which was the start of everything. 92 firms signed the Rio and Kyoto agreements in 1997. In 2015, we went beyond the threshold of 1.5 degrees. The consequences of this are clear. Heat, drought, floods. The President interrupts.
So, sorry. Thank you.
Shall I start again? Or?
You can start from again, but please keep the reasonable tempo.
Okay. This is the second time that happens to me, so I need to really train. 1890.
In 1886, scientists wrote about the impact of CO2 on the climate. In the 1970s, Exxon scientists talked about the devastating impact of fossil fuels, and they then hid everything. In 92, the Rio Conference, 97, Kyoto, 2015, Paris, we're still trying to remain within 1.5 degrees. The future is today. In 2024, we went beyond the threshold of 1.5 degrees. The consequences of this for our countries are terrible. Droughts, floods, fires, they're devastating our countries and our communities. And this is accelerating. It's very worrying. If we want to talk about sustainability, economic and social, we have to remember the billions of euros of damage which is being caused by climate change, the thousands of victims. We have to remember all the efforts to support fossil fuels. The future is today, and we keep postponing solutions. Meloni, Trump, and even people in this House, as we've seen, these people all deny climate change. They want to stick to the status quo where 55% of the population lives with the same resources as 1% of the richest, and that money comes from fossil fuels. The future is today, and we believe there's still hope. We want Europe to be ambitious, fair and responsible, both on the domestic front and indeed on the international scene.
A request for a blue card from Mr. Arno Bausemer. He's on the right side from you, from 616. You will take it. Please, floor is yours.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much, Madam Scuderi. For allowing me this question. Your green friends in Germany have really basically destroyed the German economy in the recent years. So I want to know, for your parties and from the Social Democrats, you always hear we have to create new green jobs. But what do we gain in Europe if we have one new green job, but yet we lose 10 regular jobs? We've got to end this climate radicalism and try to find a balance between ecology and economy.
Ricordo al collega che io sono...
I'd like to remind the colleague that I'm a member of the Greens, not the Social Democrats. Yes, we want to create jobs, but it's not enough just to invest in transition. What we have to remember is industries from the past are no longer fit for the future. This is the case everywhere in the world. We want to create jobs. We want to promote a transition with a genuine socially just transition. This is why we need investment. We need to have a clear list of what we need to do. We have to, scientists are saying this, but economists are saying this as well. You want to stick to the status quo because of personal interests.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, Hildegard Bentele, for 1.5 minutes, please.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, it's warmer and warmer on our planet, and that is what we've been hearing for 10 years in a row. Last year, we finally reached the 1.5 degree goal, which we were, for good reasons, trying to establish at the Paris agreements. And now we're going to a point where we can't stop the changes, when we have glaciers, when the Arctic ice is melting, when the tundra is starting to burn, and when we have the huge floods at home. So these alarming developments have meant that made me decide to create policy. And so that's why we have had binding climate goals. However, in the last mandate, we have seen how difficult it is to do this, how difficult it is to make this transition away from fossil fuels. How do we have a better circular economy? And we need to invest a lot of money, especially when the worldwide competition is faster and more destructive. And that means that however, it's more expensive not to have any climate protection. Look at what's happening in Los Angeles right now, what the material costs are. And of course, we're not even talking about the people who have been displaced or even killed. So it's very important. For those who don't want to listen to scientists, then please speak to those people who've been affected this, or speak to the insurance company who has to deal with these damages, because we have to see, if we don't take logical action. The speaker has been interrupted.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Annalisa Corrado, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President. The last 10 years have been the hottest since 1850, with 2024 being the hottest ever. And probably it will be the coolest of those still to come. I could talk about the temperature of the oceans and the highs reached in the Mediterranean this summer. I could talk about the tragedies and extreme weather events in Europe or around the world, Emilia-Romagna, Valencia, the drought in Sicily, the floods in Libya, or the fires in Los Angeles. But the truth is that even in this House, there are those who are trying to hide and belittle the evidence from around the world that is upturning the lives of hundreds of millions of people. The truth is that we are not doing enough. Every time that we ask for time instead of resources, when we know perfectly well that there is no time, we're not doing enough. Every time that we blame other countries for their emissions and downplay how much Europe can do in terms of leadership, ambition and competitiveness, we are not doing enough.
So it's not a time, but slow down, please.
Sorry. Every time we blame other countries for their emissions and downplay how much Europe can do in terms of leadership, ambition and competitiveness, we're not doing enough. Every time we don't listen to science and the younger generations who are getting arrested just so that they can scream the truth at us, we are not doing enough. This is the greatest challenge that humanity has ever faced. Are we going to start treating it as such?
Yes, thank you very much. Next speaker, Gilles Penel, for 1 minute.
Les changements climatiques existent.
Climate changes exist as they always have. What is quite unacceptable is this climate catastrophism of the Green Khmer. They come out with a growing number of new rules, lots of red tape. They talk about making the European Union the most virtuous economy in the world. The European Union has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions by 33% since 1990. Since that same year, China has increased its emissions by 300%. We're faced with worldwide competitors, particularly as America once again has become a competitor, and we can't shoot ourselves in the foot. I would like to draw the attention of some members of the House, in particular those on the left, underlining that the adoption of all these rules, these standards, these regulations have a particularly dire effect on those who have to work, the poorer classes, those who have to travel, have to drive. Ecologisme is definitely a pastime for the rich of this world.
Speaker Gregory Aldion, for 1 minute, please.
Monsieur le Président.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, 2024 was the hottest year on record. We broke for the first time through the threshold of 1.5 degrees that was set by the Paris Accord. This unleashed a series of extreme events. We had floods in Germany. We had storms in Belgium causing floods. We had fires in Greece with the hottest summer on record. Floods in Spain, everybody remembers that. Sicily, Sardinia, France. Storm Leslie in October led to cyclone and then cyclones in Mayotte. In 2024, we were all witnesses to this disaster and the tragic consequences. We can't put our heads in the sand. Our house is burning down. Here in the European Parliament, alongside the European Commission, we need to take ownership of this report and its recommendations. It's a historic report. It's time to put preparation and prevention at the heart of our priorities and adapt all of our measures. Lastly, one figure. It cost us 14 billion euros to deal with this, and I'm not even talking about the cost to human life.
Maria Ohisalo for 1 minute.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, 2024 was the first calendar year when the average global temperature exceeded the magic limit of 1.5 degrees Celsius. Action to stop climate change and biodiversity loss has been not only too little, but also literally excruciatingly slow. Now that the climate change denialist Trump is back in power, the EU has to show it takes its role as global climate leader seriously. It's not time to give in, but to fight even harder than ever before. I'm expecting a binding plan from the Commission to put an end to fossil fuel subsidies, as well as to the use of fossil fuels as soon as possible. It is time to stop relying on the fossil economy, which is lethal to people, climate and security, and direct investments to a green and just transition.
Thank you. Next speaker, Carmen Crespo Diaz for 1.5 minutes, please.
Gracias, Presidente, Comisario.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Global heating affects everybody. It affects European security and the health of Europeans, in particular the most vulnerable of our citizens. We have to work to reduce greenhouse gases, but how do we do this? We have to do this without endangering jobs and Europe's economy, without being radical, without being sectarian, We have to adopt honest policies with economic results. And we should do this both in Europe but also outside Europe. Europe can't do this alone. There are certain countries in southern Europe which suffer from drought, fires, the impact of climate change. We have to ensure that we have rules and directives which will apply to the population and the productive sector. We also have to promote technology so as to ensure that we can address this enormous issue of water. We have to translate subterranean water. We have to desalinate water. This is white gold, which is, of course, recycled water. And then we have terrible events such as Valencia, where very little was done in terms of prevention and hydrological plan, nor indeed reservoirs to balance water supplies. Prevention is important. We shouldn't be sectarian about this. In this case, we should be able to access the Solidarity Fund. The European Union offered this far too late, 2 weeks after Spain needed it. Fires are, of course, another most problem. We're seeing this with our own eyes. And we have to bring emissions down, but above all, we have to try to tackle the consequences. We have to ensure that we have strategies to deal with this, and we have to work on the President's interrupts.
Next speaker, Chloe Riedel, for 1 minute.
L'année 2024 was the hottest on record, and the threshold of 1.5 degrees of heating was passed. This has direct consequences. We know that drought, fires, floods and cyclones that destroys housing, displaces people and costs billions of euros. And it's always the most vulnerable that suffer most from the consequences of climate change. 80% of deaths due to heating affects countries of the south. In 2025, the richest people in the world have already exhausted their carbon budgets in 10 days. So faced with climate change that respects no boundaries or borders, we've never needed cooperation between countries more. Ecology is against the idea of individual interests. The US has just elected a man who considers international relations to be based on brutality and selfishness, and will pursue fossil fuels and remove subsidies from renewable energies. Perhaps we will be able to live on Mars if the Earth is too hot tomorrow. We need to protect the planet today.
Speaker André Rouget, for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Président,
President, ladies and gentlemen, one thing I can agree with other colleagues from other groups is that 2024 was the hottest year ever as registered by the World Meteorological Organization. Because of the specific characteristics, geographically speaking, of European ultra-peripheral regions, they are the first victims of this climate change. The Maroni Basin, which is the largest river in French Guyana, has been suffering for several years of rainfall shortage. In Guyana, the drought is now becoming extreme and almost permanent. Since October, the boats which ply their trade along that river to link the 40,000 people who live along its banks have stopped. This situation means that goods and people can no longer be transported to these isolated zones. It makes it difficult for children to go to school and makes it difficult for people to access public services and health services. The community is doing its best to ensure that basic supplies can get through, but they can't do it on their own. In these conditions, it's essential that the European Union recognize these specific problems of the people in the Ruhr region. The President interrupts.
Guider l'action de la communauté, de la Commission européenne.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sigrid Fries.
Trump is taking over the presidency as we speak, and while we have this debate, he's making it clear that the US intends to leave the Paris Agreement again. While 2024 is the hottest year ever recorded, and even if someone tries to claim this is just a coincidence, I would like to remind you that each of the last 10 years are in the top 10 warmest years ever recorded. So climate disaster have become, I think, a fact of life. Climate change is something that we must tackle in the EU. We still have a slim chance to keep long-term global warming under 1.5 degrees, but this calls for swift EU climate action. So let Donald Trump do all the talking. Let's have EU actually walk the walk. Let's have EU step up, be a climate leader. So, Commissioner and colleagues of this House, let's push for an ambitious 2035 emissions target based on a 90% target for 2040, well ahead of the COP30. We cannot wait until the last moment. Cutting emissions means replacing polluting gas and coal with clean solar and wind. And to achieve this, we need a 2040 renewables target that's ambitious.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sakis Arnautoglu, for 1 minute, please.
Good evening. I don't understand why far-right parties don't want to live in a cleaner environment. That's a question I still have. The green transition is not a challenge. It's our best opportunity to create a fair, resilient and sustainable Europe. Its success depends on our commitment to supporting those citizens who are on the sharp end of those changes. If we lose their trust, our attempts will have been in vain. We already see what's happening on the other side of the Atlantic, where policies that ignore people's needs have led to backsliding and distrust towards climate action. We can't allow the same thing to happen in Europe. Europe must remain the world leader in facing climate change fairly and responsibly. When Mr. Trump undermines climate change, Europe must become a beacon of hope and of solutions. Mr. Trump, you're not building a great America on the ashes of a world destroyed by climate change, or in a world that is getting poorer and poorer. There will be no winners, not even America. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tomasz Buczek, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, the elites of Brussels are out of touch with reality, as evidenced by the fact that the highest-ranking officials are monitoring the weather. Well, it is clear what you are trying to achieve. You are trying to intimidate us, but this is so pushy and so primitive that some Europeans, those who are smart enough, can find it ridiculous or pathetic. But your objective is clear. You want us to believe that if it wasn't for the Green Deal and Fit for 55, we would all fry like Belgian fries. The Parliament is debating on the heat wave, but our citizens are cold. They cannot afford to pay for the most expensive energy in the world, which Europe has, and it is you're doing. Whom are you trying to convince? Convince China and India to follow suit, because people in Europe have had enough. They do not want to suffer for the whole world. They do not want to pay and suffer because they are heating their houses and driving cars. Long live CO2, long live freedom.
Speaker Katri Kulmuni, for 1 minute.
Honourable Chair, esteemed colleagues, this year has been the warmest on record. The Paris Agreement is in real danger, as mentioned here several times already. As the northernmost MIP, I surely do my best to save the winters for the coming generations too. We've been living through an era of acute crises throughout the 2020s, so signs of impact of climate change are continuously emerging across the globe. In order to prevent climate change from evolving into another acute and costly crisis, we need to take more actions. One of the largest sources of emissions in the EU is energy production. I believe more effective climate policies can be achieved through incentives rather than prohibitions. We cannot only impose bans, because if there isn't enough sufficient and generally affordable renewable energy alternatives, at the same time when we introduce the bans, the resistance will be only further fueling populistic movements. So let's be wise with the actions, best technologies, best possible timing, best results to truly cut emissions.
Next speaker, Thomas Bayada, for 1 minute, please.
This is a discussion about people, about the Maltese fisherman who is seeing fewer fish in his nets due to shifts in fish migration patterns, about the farmer in the Greek islands who is seeing his olive trees wither because of the relentless heat, about the family in Sardinia forced to ration water, even in the winter. For those who consider the Mediterranean as their home, the situation is very serious, as the region is warming 20% faster than the global average. This is the present story of the Mediterranean people, a crisis that requires decisions about water resilience, about our survival. Last year was the hottest on record. This is an existential threat that demands immediate global action without further delay in their political rhetoric.
Negotiable. Will we be remembered as the leaders who turned the tide or as the ones who let it sweep us away? The clock is ticking and the thermometer is rising. Let's not delay any further. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Benoit Cassar, for 1 minute, please.
Monsieur le Président.
President, Commissioner. Global warming is faster and more intense than we expected. So we thought that Qatargate was behind us, but we're hearing lots of complaints now about the enormous impact on European farmers. This is one of the practical consequences of global warming. Moreover, on what's an important day, globally speaking, Europe has a lot to worry about when it comes to the Trump administration's plans. He will be leaving the Paris Agreement and promote the use of fossil fuels. Trump wants to protect American agriculture and industry by raising tariffs. In the face of this situation, Europe has no choice but to react. First of all, we have to maintain the economic health of its farms and businesses so as to ensure that we maintain our strategic autonomy. Secondly, Europe must invest in new technology to ensure that our farming becomes even more sustainable. Farming is one of our solutions to fight against global heating. And, above all, Europe should stop being naive. Europe should... President interrupt.
Sorry, thank you very much. Next, colleague, it's just, you have to be fair I have to be fair for everybody. Okay, next speaker, Niels Fulson, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Vice President. Commissioner, dear colleagues, 2024, hottest year ever recorded. Climate change is not something in the distant future. It's here right now, and we see the impact with human loss, destruction, flooding, migrants who have to flee and are moving in the millions. It's very frightening, but the paradox is at the same time we see how politicians, for example, Trump in his inauguration speech, how they completely ignore the problem. Large groups in this parliament act as though there's no problem at all and that CO2 is a good thing because it's natural. But yes, it's natural, but not in these quantities. So we have to take action. And the good news is that if we act now, then we increase our security because more renewable energy frees us from Putin's gas. And so we will also have new technologies which increase our competitiveness. So let's take action. Let's take action now.
Romana Jerkovic, for 1 minute.
Colleagues, 2024 was the hottest year on record, but what we can foresee is for this trend to continue in the coming years. Europe is warming up faster than the global average, so it is key that all the signatories of the Paris Agreement fulfill all the obligations from the Paris Agreement. It is not enough for the EU to be most rigorous in its rules, but China and the US also have to take part of their responsibility and fulfill their obligations. The results of global warming can be seen in everyday life. They Specifically, can be seen in agriculture, construction, tourism. High temperatures affect the health of workers in these sectors. We see the increase of respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, which is a burden on our health systems. Our ambitious goals are laid down in the Green Plan, and we need to implement them, and we cannot let anybody jeopardize this.
This debate. Now we have a catch the eye procedure, and I have a not finished all the debate, sorry, but now we have a catch the eye procedure. I have 7 names on my list, and first speaker would be Vytenis Povilos Andriukaitis. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, I'm glad that now we have an opportunity to discuss an extremely complicated situation. The Commission by Jean-Claude Juncker in 2015 represented the European Union in Paris, and we were all excited over the achievement of the Paris climate goals. 10 years have passed, and now we have a new evident crisis. The Paris Agreement, unfortunately, did not become effective, because even in the member states of the European Union, there are clear signs that the climate commitments are not being implemented properly. Commissioner, I want to address you. You are talking at this point, but I would like to address a request to you. The ENVI Committee listened to the report by the Court of Audit. They stated that the efforts of the member states are not sufficient. More than 400 municipalities didn't give sufficient attention. I would like to know your comment on that.
Next speaker on KGI procedure, Jutta Paulus. Floor is yours.
Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are talking about alarmism or catastrophes, well, I invite them to speak to the people in Atal, or those people in Valencia, or in Greece, or in Austria, or in France, all of these people who've been impacted by this extreme weather in recent years, who've actually lost all their possessions. In the worst case, they lost family members. And if future generations are going to be able to look back at our period, and if it's even possible to have human civilization in the future, then they're going to wonder how is it possible that such an advanced society where science had all the answers and all the solutions, and electromobility, heat pumps, reforestation, all of these solutions, how could they allow this catastrophe to happen? And the answer is in the speeches of many of our colleagues, because disinformation is a virus that infects the whole world, and it undermines democracy and science.
Siegbert Frank Drose, for please, floor is yours.
Herr Vorsitzender, vielen Dank.
President, thank you. I would like to start by using this opportunity to extend my best wishes to Donald Trump for his new period as president. God bless. He's talked about the dawning of a golden age for all of us, and indeed a golden future. This debate in the European Parliament strikes a quite different note. We're talking about the collapse of the world because of a increase in temperature of 1.5%, with our obsessed colleagues on the other side of the benches. We have to give our businessmen the freedom they need. We need to promote nuclear power and fusion. And I'm delighted that in this whole green mumbo-jumbo, we've decided no longer to invest in that. It's also very good that Donald Trump has declared he'll be abandoning the Green Deal. And for all those catastrophists who can't believe anything can get better, I suggest you find a local chemist who can give you some kind of drugs which enables you to treat psychotic diseases. It's fantastic news that Donald Trump will be abandoning the Green Deal.
I would appreciate if we will not use such personal issues during the KGI procedure even. It would noticed, I suppose. Next speaker, Grzegorz Braun.
God bless everybody and God save us. This neo-Marxist, Leninist, Lysenkist, climatist mantra that was repeated here so many times today. But as you spoke about climate changes and how much more our nations are supposed to pay for your doctrine, the new President of the United States of America has just flushed the whole Green Deal down the drain. And so should we. The only climate policy that we really need is good climate for business. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Nicolas Gonzalez Cesares.
2024 was the hottest year on record in history. We've crossed the threshold of 1.5 degrees, and Europe is heating twice as fast as the rest of the world. Trump has come to the White House today and said he wants to pull the US out of the Paris Accord. Europe is not going to follow his bad example. Europe knows that climate change is happening. If Trump doesn't care that California is destroyed, we do. We think that mitigation measures and adaptation measures are important for the good of those of us who live on the earth and those who will live on it in future. Because this is a commitment to future generations. So that's why we say that Europe needs to persevere in its fight against climate change. It's our only opportunity. We believe in green technology as a strategy for growth. We must persevere. And if our fascist friends of Trump in Europe want to burn Russian or American fossil fuels, they can do that in their own houses. We believe in green technology.
Next speaker, Maria Zacharia.
Commissioner, the change of temperature, is that a natural phenomenon or a result of policies? Scientists and environmental organizations have been saying for years that you have to reduce emissions and force citizens to pay the price with their lives and properties. This is the result of your climate policy. Last year was the hottest on record. Do you want solutions? Well, tax the rich and the polluters. But let's put the shipping companies on the job of looking for a new fuel. You need to find a solution to that. Otherwise, we're going to look forward to 30, 40 or 50 years of this. We need to look for alternative sources of energy. This situation cannot continue. Thank you.
Next speaker, Diana Ivanovici Sosoacha.
Thank you. I would like to say that volcanoes produce 0.3 gigatons of carbon dioxide per annum, while human activities released 37 gigatons of carbon dioxide. So please turn off the volcanoes and turn off these lights in the EP building and make it colder so that we can live up to green ideals. Mr. Horver in Austria cuts down our forests in Europe and he steals our gas and oil. In the meantime, Europe produces about 7% of the carbon dioxide emitted globally, and we are the only ones who take measures to try to reduce human-generated emissions. I think we should look over the evolution of species and connect it to the Bible to understand what's going on. Romanians are not the ones who created the revolution.
We are closing HI procedure, and now I would like to ask to take the floor for the Commission, Commissioner Mikalev. Floor is yours.
Thank you, President, and I would like to thank this House for this debate this evening on this very topical issue that is affecting many of our citizens in the Union, but also beyond. In this climate urgency, we have spoken a lot about data. It's important that we have unbiased and robust scientific information, which is going to be key if we really want to address the issue of cutting emissions. When we look at the data, we are truly alarmed. A lot of the data points that we mentioned were mentioned in this debate, and we are seeing it clearly that global temperatures are rapidly increasing, which is an effect of human-made climate change. Our rational reply must be that we cannot put our climate action on the back burner. We cannot decide to deal with this later. The EU will therefore stay course on its commitments to further emphasize the importance of global cooperation, of working with global partners around the world to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, and make the most out of all the economic opportunities that this brings for our people and our businesses. We have spoken a lot this evening about the issue of competitiveness, about jobs, and how this impacts people. It is quite clear that sustainability and competitiveness are not opposing forces, but they could rather be complementary if we address them in the right way. Resilient, forward-looking companies are precisely those which are best placed for having future business success. This is going to be key if we want to address this issue in a comprehensive manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mikalev. The debate is closed. The next item on the agenda is the Commission statement, Powering Europe's Future, Advancing the Fusion Industry for Energy Independence and Innovation. And here again, we will start with the Commission, and I will give the floor to Commissioner Mikalev. Please, the floor is yours.
Honourable members, thank you for adding this important topic to today's agenda. The Commission is eager to advance on clean technologies on all fronts. This is crucial for our competitiveness, for our innovation, and for our clean energy sector. And our industry is ready to contribute and deliver. Thank you also for your continued support on fusion energy topics and ITER. Fusion energy has the potential to become a low-carbon, safe, reliable, and predictable energy source. The global positioning of the European Union in fusion development is a key strategic goal linked to the decarbonization and security of energy supply amidst geopolitical uncertainties and shift. Fusion is no longer a research subject. It is becoming an industrial challenge with an immense potential for Europe's industry, competitiveness, and strategic autonomy, especially if we achieve its commercialization and scale up in Europe in the next decades. This point was also made clearly by Mr. Draghi in his report on the future of European competitiveness. We are tackling these issues with Member States in the frame of the Fusion Expert Group, where we observe fast developments in fusion around the world. Significant private investments illustrate fusion's business case potential and its long-term prospects. This complements well the scientific developments made in European partnership Eurofusion, associating all the plasma physics institutes in Europe. The European Union's contribution to the ITER project represents a significant investment in the European high-tech industry, with results already being recorded in terms of contribution to economic growth in Europe, as well as technological and industrial innovations. The European Union cannot stay behind. We need to act. We have everything in our favour: our position of long-standing global leadership, world-class fusion expert community, and innovative projects on the EU's territory. Now we need to capitalise on them to move up to the next level. The EU has been pursuing fusion for many years. The idea for a broad international cooperation in mastering fusion came at the end of the Cold War and was translated into the ITER project in the south of France, launched in 2008. Europe is the leading party in this unique project in the development of fusion as a future low-carbon energy source. More recently, we see other fusion initiatives around the globe that also seek to bring the vision of fusion energy closer to reality. The US and UK have both made announcements about their plans to harness fusion in the next decade. China has also a very ambitious fusion project, and Japan has adopted its own fusion strategy. There are today more than 45 companies working to commercialize fusion energy around the world, mostly in the US. The total investment into these companies amounts to approximately $7.1 billion. The Commission is working on improving the fusion innovation ecosystem for startups in the frame of the European Innovation Council. ITER and the private fusion initiatives are complementary activities with mutual benefits. Nevertheless, ITER remains the best option for demonstrating the scientific and technical feasibility of using fusion as an energy source. Due to its power plant size and completeness of its design, ITER will perform unparalleled fusion experiments in an integrated way. Several essential systems will be tested exclusively in ITER. In the EU, we have not only a long-standing history of fusion research and of knowledge excellence with Eurofusion, but also a number of world-class national fusion installations besides ITER. But we currently do not capitalize enough in the EU on these efforts to create an EU fusion industry and to motivate innovative companies to emerge and to stay in Europe. We see a much more vibrant private fusion industry emerging in other parts of the world. We need to take action so that the EU remains a fusion leader and does not become a mere follower. The current situation calls for several actions. First, we must make sure that ITER delivers the expected proof of scientific and technological feasibility of using fusion as an energy source. It is therefore crucial to continue our support to ITER, both politically and financially. Let me here thank the European Parliament at this stage for its steady support of the project in the past. The Commission counts also on its support in the future. The EU should also maintain its leadership in the project, and the Commission will continue promoting continuous performance improvement of the ITER organisation to build further confidence in its ability to complete ITER construction and launch its operations. Second, fusion for energy. The joint undertaking of the European Commission and EU member states, which implements the European contribution to ITER, has to keep fit for purpose as the project and future technologies evolve. It needs to be the centre of the EU's fusion design and engineering capacity, a hub of complex project management expertise, a place that continues to attract talent and provides a stimulating working environment for developing solutions for completing ITER in collaboration with the ITER organization, European industry and science, as well as other ITER parties. Third, the European Commission and Fusion for Energy need to ensure that the European industry fully benefits from the procurements of components for ITER, allowing the EU to develop a supply chain for fusion. The Draghi report calls for the creation of a public-private partnership to promote a rapid and economically viable commercialization of fusion energy. We are working on this point also in the frame of the Euratom research and training program. The Draghi report also highlights the need for a stable and predictable ecosystem for industrial innovation and leveraging the ITER project. On this, the Commission is exchanging with fusion industry beyond ITER and engaging with private companies to develop public-private partnership schemes for key enabling technologies for future fusion power plants. Such key schemes are needed for fostering EU industrial know-how and competitiveness, and for leveraging EU scientific leadership and engineering knowledge developed in the ITER project. Fourth, to ensure a high level of safety in Europe while facilitating the definition of clear business cases for investors, the Commission is engaging with stakeholders in view of enabling fusion facilities in Europe. Finally, continued engagement with the major international actors, such as Japan and the US, will ensure exchange of experience and good practices. Again, the EU is in the front line of international collaboration on fusion. Honourable members, I now look forward to your precious remarks on this topic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. And we will now start with a round of speakers on behalf of the political groups, beginning with Ms. Bentele for 2 minutes, please.
Commissioner, dear colleagues, I really do believe in the power of innovation in Europe, and that's why I'm creating these policies in this Parliament for the European Union. And I think it's very important to do this right at the beginning of this mandate, because we have to take action. What are we looking at? We all know we need affordable, clean energy. And fusion energy can really make a contribution to this. The EU in fusion research is excellent, but up till now, we're missing the important step of taking this theory and putting it in practice. We have to fulfill this gap. First of all, we need to look at these existing scientific questions and have a better cooperation between research and industry. And secondly, and this is the most important, our European startups in the area of fusion energy has to be supported. We need new public-private partnerships. We need reliable financial support that will allow us to pay out with achievement of milestones. So most people expect that in the 20s or 30s, we're going to see the first fusion plant creating electricity for the grid. We can't just focus on these big projects like EMO and ITRA. We have to look at these startups, a broad spectrum of different kinds of technologies, and give them a chance. The world is not waiting for us. The United States and China are already investing huge amounts of money. So we really have this top know-how in Europe in order to be leaders in this area. So let's create a reliable improvement of our energy supply. Let's work together now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. González Casares for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. We need to participate in the debate on the future of fusion in Europe. We need to believe in the possibility of creating clean and abundant energy. And we're doing this. We're collaborating with the ITER reactor where Europe is bringing 45% of the funding, but that project is behind schedule and over budget. So we would like to ask the Commission to present specific plans of how we can improve that programme. We want to continue to believe in this possibility, and we want to be able to bring it online as soon as possible. But the Commission needs to make an effort so that these programmes that bring these technological advances are possible and that Europe is part of it. We know that it is an experimental technology, but at the same time we are investing in it. We must not forget, ladies and gentlemen, that Europe and all of us are already benefiting from nuclear fusion energy through photovoltaic panels that is from solar fusion. So let's continue to believe in synergies as an element for the future.
Ms. Rochagneau, for 1.5 minutes, please.
L'Europe semble enfin avoir tourné la page.
It seems Europe has finally left its naivety behind. We have recognized that strategic independence is essential in an increasingly unstable world. The European Union still imports more than half its energy, and it is duty-bound to diversify its sources so as to avoid critical dependencies. Nevertheless, there's ongoing tension between those who call for a strong Europe and those who call for degrowth, who want to undermine our economies and create new dependencies. In this context, nuclear fusion is an essential tool for our future. It offers us decarbonized energy, would be independent in supporting our advanced industries. The future of artificial intelligence, industrial automation and the digital society offer enormous opportunities. No intermittent supplies of energy can offer the energy we need. The ITER project, which is an example of European excellence, illustrates this. Despite technical difficulties and delays, it has opened the way to mastering fusion. It's essential that we learn from the successes and failures so as to optimize future investment. Historically speaking, Europe was built up around Euratom. It can no longer turn its back on nuclear power. Without it, the industrial future of the 21st century will be written without Europe.
Kortilek, for 2 minutes, please.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, I felt slightly doubtful as to whether the Commission would pay sufficient attention to nuclear fusion, because it wasn't mentioned in the mission letters of the new commissioners. However, when I talked to Commissioner for Startups, Mr. Zakharieva, and then I saw today's agenda, I was convinced that it will be slightly different. Fusion energy does represent a promising future, but it is a long-distance run. It is therefore important to support particularly the international ITER project, but also other projects that contribute to its development. And in this context, it's a pity that the EU has ended its financial contribution to the British project JET, in which the EU scientific community took part. But there are other projects in other member states. I'm proud that Czech scientists have been creating experimental tokamaks for many years, and now they are building a new tokamak Compass U, which is the first in the world that is able to create conditions similar to those in the reactors of future fusion power plants. Also, Draghi reports highlights that nuclear fusion could play a key role in the future as a low-carbon, climate-friendly, affordable and secure energy solution for our energy. But we have to work not only on development and demonstration, but we have to start preparing for subsequent commercialization. We will need an environment that stimulates industrial innovation and that facilitates public and private investments for the deployment of fusion energy. So I hope that the Commission will listen to Mr. Draghi's recommendations and will prepare an overarching innovation strategy and support the partnerships between public and private sectors.
Speaker is Mr. Grüttle for 1 minute, please.
Monsieur le Commissaire, Madame la Présidente, la fusion nucléaire.
Chairman, Commissioner, nuclear fusion presents a huge potential. It's clean, abundant energy that produces no waste, that could guarantee the energy security of future generations. Thanks to ITER, Europe is at the heart of this global advance with its recognized expertise and knowledge, but this project is not enough. While we're making these timid steps forward, the US and the UK are implementing ambitious strategies with massive funding and clear legal framework. They're attracting millions of dollars of private investment and are setting themselves up to be world leaders. The EU cannot stand on the sidelines. We need a European strategy for nuclear fusion. It must define clear targets, fund research, and encourage private investment. And lastly, guarantee an adapted legal framework with safety measures that are specific to fusion. We need to have a long-term vision way beyond 2050.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Paulus for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Good news. We have a perfect fusion reactor. It's been working since the last billion years. It's absolutely reliable, and it's very far away from us. And this is our sun. Don't misunderstand me, please. I'm a scientist. I think nuclear power is absolutely fascinating. Of course, we should continue research. However, we have to be honest. Atomic energy on Earth is not the solution for our climate problems. And so since the 1970s, we've been hearing that fusion is almost ready to be implemented. But I think in the next 30 years, we're going to hear this again. And these breakthroughs have never produced any more energy than we could use before. In other words, laser energy and the cooling, and supermagnets, plasma, and in addition, there are open questions. How are we going to get the raw materials? How are we going to deal with radioactive waste? And how can you continue this reaction more than 50 seconds? So it's a very complex technology. It's very expensive. It's not fully developed. If this is ever going to be carried out in commercial terms, it's doubtful. And I think the climate crisis is going to arrive much sooner. Let's be realistic. Let's use solar and wind energy. They've already are reliable producers of energy. Let's leave nuclear energy to the sun, and let's use renewable energy here on Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Rakete for 1 minute, please.
Every child knows why many parties wanted to discuss fusion energy today. The aim is to delay action against climate breakdown. The debate we should have is what we must do right now to end the use of fossil fuels by 2030. There is no point to wait for fusion energy to possibly become a reality in several decades from now on. The world has already heated up 1.5 degrees. Everyone in the EU Commission should be in an emergency mode proposing action right now. Instead, you are forcing us to talk about the magic unicorn of fusion energy. And to the Commission, you are not doing your job. You are failing the public. You're not even trying to make a credible effort to prevent climate breakdown, nor the irreversible damages to our ecosystems. You should provide service to the public instead of being servants to corporate energy business.
Thank you. Speaker is Mr. Buchheit for 2.5 minutes, please.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende. Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, between now and 2100, global electricity demand will be multiplied by a factor of 7, provided, of course, the Greens don't win around the world, paving the way for deindustrialization. in the Federal Republic of Germany alone, we expect that by 2050, we will see an increase of a factor of 2 or 3 in demand for electricity. Fusion reactors seem to be an excellent source of hope, the way to clean, safe and cheap energy. In the German parliament, there was recently talk about a game chamber. However, ladies and gentlemen, anybody who has any element of wisdom won't be satisfied with optimism. The way in which our energy infrastructure built up over decades has been destroyed almost overnight, with a death verdict for the coal-powered and nuclear-powered power stations under the children's author Habeck, and that's led us to facing power cuts such as we haven't seen since the 1970s oil crisis. With the hydrogen directive, they clearly showed the way they wanted to move forward in energy. Genuine problems in the future is with future technology which doesn't exist. That is crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, we should be investing in fusion reactors. We should be delighted if in 30, 40 or 50 years' time that investment bears fruit. But don't give people false hopes today. The problems people face with enormous energy prices in the bills they pay, a loss of German competitivity. The only way we can tackle this problem is by building a new generation of nuclear power stations. The game changer which the Union is dreaming of already exists. We just need political will to ensure that we make it come true so as to satisfy the citizens of our country as so many other countries have done for their citizens. Thank you.
Open up for the blue card option. And the next speaker is Mr. Tonin for 1.5 minutes, please.
As President, Commissioner, I wish for a cleaner environment and planet, and I wish for a true green transition. Nuclear energy is key to all of that. And if the European Union wants to promote nuclear energy, then nuclear safety has to remain in the focus of our endeavors. The European Union has to continue to promote cooperation when it comes to high nuclear safety standards. Investments in research and development are very important for a reliable and safe energy supply for Europe. Euratom already finances projects such as ITER and also supports the development of fusion energy. But we need more funds for the newly emerging startups in the European Union that are developing new innovative nuclear solutions. Third, development of human resources has to become a strategic priority. We need new training programs for nuclear technologies that will train future generations of nuclear experts. And fourth, Europe needs to support the development of supply chains for nuclear materials and equipment. We need to provide for stable supply chain for highly enriched uranium, then medical radioisotopes and key components for nuclear reactors. Dear colleagues, supporting nuclear energy means that we support the future in which the European Union will be safe in terms of energy, it will be climate responsible and also technologically advanced power.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Right now, we're facing a decisive time, a time where we have to take action for future energy. It's not just a technical question, it's a question of morality. And we have the potential to change the world, to create a society where energy is clean, secure, and unending. But with all other breakthroughs in history, it seems quite distant. Of course, we're meeting those people who just always want to look in the back mirror. And so it's people who always want to recreate the past. And we can't create a world. It's not a luxury, it's a right. It's a matter of fairness. The EU has to increase the pace. But at the same time, we're slowing things down to ensure that a new energy policy would mean freedom from fossil fuel and freedom for those who create.
Luca, do you want to accept that? Please, Ms. Timgren, seat 107.
Microphone, please. Micro.
Wait until you have to turn on your microphone. No, still. Oh, there it is. Please.
Thank you very much. Social Democrats are always talking about to have low energy prices. At the same time, they're closing down nuclear power plants. But is that really convincing? Social Democrats in the parliament weren't abstained when we were talking about SMRs. And do you really think people, you're just saying what people want to hear? Thank you very much for the question. Of course, everyone who's been a politician in Sweden to know is as soon as we talk energy policy, then we're talking about this lie that's repeated again and again, that it's the Social Democrats who closed down nuclear power in Sweden. Let me start up again. But one thing that is true is that the Social Democrats, because we are in favor of technology, we built nuclear power in Sweden, and we built the renewable energies in Sweden, which you want to tear down. At the same time, you think we should import expensive gas prices by increasing the use of gas in Sweden. Well, is it really that what you want?
The next speaker is Ms. Ponte for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, colleagues. Over-regulation and red tape mean that lots of European member states are very vulnerable when it comes to energy supply. This is why Europe should now choose for an independent and sustainable energy infrastructure. Infrastructure based on innovation in the field of nuclear power and rapid development of nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion is a very promising but highly complex source of energy which requires a great deal of research and development before we can provide households and industry with energy. However, nuclear fusion can make member states independent of rare raw materials and unreliable delivery chains. It can also provide hundreds of thousands of high-quality jobs in science and technology. It's important that we manage to retain European talent. That's a crucial factor. It's also essential for our sovereignty, our security, and our strategic position in a world which is becoming increasingly competitive. Fusion energy is not a dream, but a necessary ambition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Vivaldini for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. We're facing one of the biggest challenges of our time, guaranteeing a sustainable, safe and accessible energy future. Over the next 3 years, demand for energy will increase by 30%, which means we'll have to reduce emissions and make a huge change in our approach. We have to protect critical infrastructure. This is an urgent challenge, such as the creation of wider grids to protect the internal market. It's clear that in an uncertain geopolitical situation, this is a very promising option. Technology is not yet commercializable, and it will be in 2050. The USA and China are investing incomparable amounts. Commissioner, it's time for an industrial strategy for nuclear. We need to implement research and development. We need to use funds such as Horizon Europe. We need to strengthen international cooperation and involve European industry. We need to create synergies between researchers and businesses. We need to do it realistically. 25 years is a very long time. Immediately, there are instruments such as wind, solar and geothermal energy, which are keys to face our energy challenges and give us time to safely and sustainably develop this alternative. Pushing fusion forward in a free and competitive market. We are aware that our commitment should be to creating a context that favours innovation and the involvement of the private sector, but especially it must protect citizens and the environment. Thank you.
Please, colleagues, stick to your speaking time. The next speaker is Ms. Kulmuni for 1 minute, please.
Honourable Chair, colleagues, EU's largest greenhouse gas emissions comes from the energy production. To genuinely cut these emissions, we must take the adoption and development of nuclear energy and renewable energy sources seriously. Nuclear energy is crucial balancing power alongside renewable energy sources. One of the biggest issues with the transition to electrification is the huge need of pure electricity. The Nordics, with great water and windmill possibilities, are in good track with this, but how are we going to get sufficient amount of pure electricity to the hydrogen possibilities, or how will we make the grid infrastructure be sufficient? I truly hope actions about these basics of our electricity system alongside the fusion development, because as long as these basics aren't solved, I still doubt that we can go so far as presented today with the fusion energy.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Nykiel for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Europe is facing lots of challenges, but one of the key challenges is access to clean and cheap energy, as well as secure energy. In the view of climate change, there is more and more demand for clean energy. As it has been said, and Mr. Commissioner has assured us of that, there is work on nuclear fusion. As many scientists say, the results of that work is highly promising because they are saying it's going to be an emission-free, secure energy producing no nuclear waste. But on the other hand, we also hear that the fusion industry will be too costly, and designing the nuclear reactor is hardly possible. As MEPs, we should demand an in-depth analysis and more information on the fusion technologies, both the technological conditions and the economic ones. Namely, to answer the question whether the technology of the future within the next 10 or 20 years is going to be able to be commercialized. So I ask you the question, Commissioner, how long will we have to wait until this technology becomes commercial? Of course, in the foreseeable future. I know you can't tell us exactly when. And at the same time, is there no work underway on more advanced nuclear technologies? Thank you very much.
Guys, Ms. Galvez for 1 minute, please.
Gracias,
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner. Innovation in the field of nuclear fusion. People tend to use the word fusion these days, but it's really nuclear fusion, which brings with it the normal risks of accidents. So innovation in nuclear fusion is an example of an approach when it comes to innovation for the European economy, placing Europe amongst pioneers when it comes to nuclear technology, underpinning the competitiveness of our industry. At the same time, it's a sector in which international cooperation is extremely important. This is particularly important now at such a problematic geopolitical juncture. It's important that we promote public-private cooperation, the role of universities. All of this is essential if we're to achieve results. I'd like to underline once again this word cooperation. It's important. It's also important to underline the role of infrastructure, research, and support for European businesses, ranging from European projects down to projects in individual countries as well as regions. Innovation should emerge everywhere. As the previous socialist government said in Andalusia, when promoting a consortium in Grenada which has achieved excellent results. The President interrupts.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Please, colleagues, stick to your speaking time and please speak slowly so we can help our interpreters. The next speaker is Mr. Butek for 1 minute, please.
Szanowni Państwo, w marcu...
Dear colleagues, in March 2023, the last 3 nuclear power plants were disconnected off the grid in Germany. What happened last month? All the coal power plants have started working again. Why? Because of a dramatic fall in the energy output from renewables. You will remember that the Greens recently have been trying to convince us here that the renewables are the only way to save the world. Time to apologize and say you've been wrong. The green propaganda is being put to a harsh reality test. In Eastern and Central Europe, you will not have a stable energy market without coal and without nuclear energy. But there is not enough nuclear energy. Let us not reject coal while building nuclear power plants. If we stop mining coal here, we'll end up buying it in Colombia and Australia to the detriment of our climate and our economy. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Van Dijk for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Voorzitter. Thank you, President, Commissioner. The EU urgently needs a fusion policy based on facts and science, not on dogma, which seems to underpin most of our policy these days. Policy based on reality, tailored to the current geopolitical context, with essential drivers such as energy security, access and cost. Let's be honest, nuclear fusion is something quite different from the nuclear fission. It requires less fuel and creates less waste. So I would call on the Commission, first of all, to stop dismantling the jet tokamak in Culham. It's the most efficient reactor we have. It's on the European continent. It's the key to success of the ITER project in Cadarache. Secondly, we need to stimulate and finance research into the field of fusion, broader than ITER research. We should also provide a financial framework for that. The European Union can't afford to miss the fusion train, of which we are still a locomotive. Our scientists, our researchers should be able to stay here in Europe to do their work. It would be wrong to waste years of investment, and we should stop we should let go of outdated views about fusion. We need to promote a robust fusion policy together with repositioning of energy fission for electricity production. In the short term, fusion is not an option, it's a necessity.
Is Ms. Wexler for 1.5 minutes, please.
Madam Vice President, Commissioner, here in this Parliament, we represent people, the people of the European Union, and these citizens wish to have this EU play a stronger role in energy policy. They want EU solutions for energy poverty, for energy supply, and in order to provide climate-neutral energy. And this should not become a social question. So that's why we should react to that. So Europeans should not be thinking about next winter. They should be thinking in long terms. And that means that nuclear fusion has to play a very important role. ITER, the largest fusion project in the world, we've really created the basis. And the European Union is paying more than half the costs. And we have to be able to carry this into the future. The Europeans should be first who make fusion energy into the commercialized form. This has to be a building block as part of a decisive European energy strategy. It has to be a building block to have energy openness. Existing reactors are already potential within our potential currently, and this will enable us to have decarbonized energy production. we should look at these alternative fusion energies and renewable energy, think of these together to ensure everyone to have affordable, clean energy in the future.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Gualmini for 1.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak in Italian. Investire sulla ricerca.
Investing in research into nuclear fusion is a priority. The ITER project that the European Union contributes almost half of the funds to, well, none of us is against research. How can you be against research? It's important to have a diverse portfolio of technologies to produce energy. We're going to need a lot of energy in the future. Just think, for example, of the development of artificial intelligence. So that's why nuclear fusion is very important. It produces clean, renewable energy, and energy of the future. The problem, however, is that time is not an independent variable. We need to decarbonize, and we need to do it quickly, step by step. We can't wait for 2050 to do it. We have to have realistic decarbonization that doesn't punish businesses or families. Dear Commissioner, I would like to ask you for precise information on any delays that may occur and an estimate of the costs that we're going to have to shoulder. I appreciate your reference to public-private partnerships, but we need precise information. Basically, it's going to be up to policy to decide. In Italy, we've maybe delegated a little bit too much. We may have made a mistake by holding a referendum based on fear. Now we need realistic commitments and not based on fantasy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Boras Pabon for 1 minute, please.
Gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. Obviously, Europe should be adopting more innovative energy models, such as SMRs or nuclear fusion. This will only be possible, however, and we should be clear about this, if we defend the need for infrastructure, as well as our nuclear know-how, which we already have. We shouldn't go down the road of ideology or populism, as Germany did recently. As you remember, Germany closed down its nuclear power stations, making it dependent on Russian gas and coal, with disastrous results, exorbitant energy prices and CO2 emissions, which are now twice as high as France, which, as we know, has a large amount of nuclear energy. We don't want Spain to repeat the same mistake, closing down our nuclear power stations between 2035. This would threaten not only our energy independence, but also the tens of thousands of jobs. We now see how the socialists are rushing out to be photographed in the Marantha nuclear power station, but this is just cynicism. Or Ms. von der Leyen offering presents to the Liberals if they change opinions. So these promises are empty. These socialists keep changing their minds as the wind turns. The President interrupts.
Now, please. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Solier for 1 minute, please. And please, colleagues, the translators are telling us that you're speaking too fast. Please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Nuclear fusion is an amazing potential. Having inexhaustible energy and getting decarbonized energy is one of the biggest challenges we face. We need to be realistic. This future is far away. In the meantime, we need solutions that work now, that are sustainable and consistent. Today, nuclear energy is the most efficient and clean energy that we have. The International Energy Agency produced a record of nuclear energy this year, and China was at the forefront of this. In Spain, we're closing our power plants and we're losing competitiveness, and we are importing energy from France because it's cheaper. These decisions are not sustainable, and they correspond to the real needs of citizens. They're part of an ideological agenda which is sacrificing well-being to ideology. Meanwhile, energy companies are racking up huge profits, leaving families in poverty. We need to find the ideal energy mix for each country and improve the interconnectedness of each country's energy grid. We have to start thinking about people and leave ideology to one side and think about a fair, balanced and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
We have still a lot of speakers and you have to stick to your speaking time, please. The next speaker is Ms. Solis Perez for 1.5 minutes, please.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, while you are here with us today defending the future of nuclear fusion, in Spain, they're closing down nuclear power stations. As a result of the ideological dogmatism of the Spanish government, we are depriving ourselves of 20% of energy, cheap, clean, reliable, replacing it with gas. The first plant to close down will be in Extremadura, Almaraz. 3,000 jobs will be lost. There will be an increase in emissions, and despite that, the Spanish will end up paying their energy paying more for energy. So, Ms. Ribera should perhaps explain to us why we should say one thing in Brussels and do the opposite in the country. While for the European Union, nuclear energy is considered to be green and necessary for the transition, it's considered to be dirty in Spain. If all the countries who have nuclear power, while those countries are trying to maintain their reactors in service, we're trying to close ours down. If we bear in mind all the different technologies used by the European Union to create a carbon-free economy, in Spain we simply reject them all. Nuclear fusion is a promising and innovative energy which will enable us, which will give us the promise of an unexhaustible supply of energy which is clean. Meanwhile, the United States and China are investing massively in this technology. So yes, Europe must continue to promote fusion technology for ITER and international cooperation. Here and now, I would like to turn to the Commissioner, Ms. Ribera, asking her to show more coherence. It's important she recognises how bad the decision taken to close down the power station in Extremadura actually was.
Next speaker is Ms. Frigo for 1 minute, please.
President, ladies and gentlemen, in the Euratom preamble that was signed in 1957, member states praised nuclear energy. This treaty, which was very sensible, has been betrayed. Over recent years, green obscurantism in this hemicycle has tried to sabotage our nuclear energy. These irresponsible representatives have made our nuclear energy very fragile, and many citizens are now paying high bills, and we now have a high dependence on foreign energy and reduced our energy sovereignty. Today, a coalition of fanatic ideologues want to exclude nuclear energy from all European funding, while the European Commission is putting pressure on France to impose its absurd target of 44% of renewable energy by 2030. 68 years ago, Europeans proved their intelligence. Let's try to follow their lead.
Oh, thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Cavitania for 1.5 minutes, please.
Grazie.
Thank you, Madam President. Europe is a long way from achieving what we've described as energy independence. We need to achieve this. Quite recently, we've seen emerging conflicts on the gates of Europe and the enormous impact they have for Europe and our member states. We desperately need energy independence. We've described this energy sovereignty. Some countries, such as Italy, Germany, and other major countries, are paying the price of this problem. This really is a problem which can only be solved by us investing across the board. The solutions are not just renewable energy, as some people seem to insist in this House. At the same time, they talk about electric cars. They're saying that we shouldn't have cattle rearing anymore, which damage the environment. We, in our group, call for energy sovereignty in the geopolitical zone represented by a country. Nuclear power or nuclear fusion, this is something which my own country, Italy, has promoted with Enrico Fermi and Enrico Mattei, the spiritual fathers in Europe of the first major discovery which really could bring about changes in the world and our continent. This is the time for Europe to stand up and to invest in all of our future and our energy sovereignty.
Mr. Jonski for 1.5 minutes, please.
Madam President, dear Commissioner, we need cheap energy, otherwise we will lose out against the US and China. Donald Tusk has rightly pointed out that reducing CO2 emissions does undermine our economy. We are losing the tools at our disposal. So what do we need? We need common sense in the energy transformation. We need to start and support our economy. It's high time for us to be back as Europe, as a global player. Energy in Europe, energy in Poland is one of the key challenges if we want to be successful economically and if we want to provide for the energy security in a difficult geopolitical situation. Following the Russian aggression against Ukraine, this transformation is now even more important. It's not only an environmental process, it's also of key importance for our economic and political stability. Draghi has been clear-cut and unambiguous. We need to speed up on competitiveness, on transformation, if we want to keep up in this race. We have been meeting the automotive industry, the chemical industry, the cement production industry, and now, based on this, Poland wants to build its first and then second nuclear power plant. I have been following this debate, and I want to highlight 3 aspects: economy, security, but also the budgets and the wallets of the Europeans. This needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Speaker is Ms. Bartušek for 1 minute, please.
Dámy a pánové, vážená komise.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commission. 37% German companies are thinking about moving abroad, which means a catastrophe for the European economy and entrepreneurship. Audi is one example. They announced that they will move their EV production to Mexico, and 3,500 people will lose their job. And production is simply not paying off in Europe. And European Commission has its part in this. There are record prices of energy, true shock, and the European Commission promotes energy neutrality. In Germany, the prices of energies have reached astronomical levels because there was no wind and sun. We need dependable sources of energy, such as nuclear energy, so that we can ensure competitiveness of our industry. Nuclear fusion is wonderful, but only if it works. But the European Union is not growing economically. So it is necessary for you as the European Commission to have your feet on the ground, because without without companies that prosper, we can forget about innovation.
Ms. Timgren for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. To deconstruct a system of functioning energy production before having something else ready, I think this is a way to really not achieve any of your climate objectives. If you really want to reduce emissions and you want to have secure electricity production, you need all types of nuclear power. And our civilization is based on access to energy. So we have to be very positive about researching new forms of energy. However, when existing technology exists and already functions, you shouldn't be shutting down existing forms. Look what's happening in Germany. Well, what happened when you have an anti-nuclear energy policies? The only one who benefits from that is Russia. This damages the EU. And you see how companies leave the EU because of high energy prices.
Yes. Ms. Eriksson, please.
Micro, please.
Turn on your own microphone.
This one?
There it is.
Oh, it is. Thank you.
Sweden's national security advisor, the friend of the prime minister, has hidden documents. He's forgotten documents. He's forgotten his phone during important NATO negotiations, and now he seems to have trouble with tax issues. So I'd like to know, this action, does this really give you confidence in that politician? Microphone, please. Well, this is quite strange. It's strange that Sweden Democrats have to take responsible for a civil servant in the government. We, of course, work together with the government, but we don't choose the government's civil servants. And, of course, this is really a question that you have to send to your colleagues in the Swedish parliament. That's my answer.
And then we will proceed with the speakers list. The next speaker is Mr. Arimont for 1.5 minutes, please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, sehr geehrter Kommissar.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, if deuterium and deuterium come together under high temperature, there is energy. If this can be on the industrial level, that's one of the most interesting questions of our time. Fusion energy can help to combat climate change and add to our energy sovereignty. But it's also true that this technology is not ripe, not mature. Whether we'll have a working fusion reactor is not known. The question is, this energy, which could produce clean energy, should it be supported or not? If yes, how? My answer is very clear. Yes, we should and must, as with batteries and hydrogen energy, we should have a European fusion strategy and have a legal framework which is clear and which is clearly different from traditional nuclear energy. The risks aren't the same, so fusion should have a separate risk framework. Fusion doesn't produce any atomic waste, so there is less safety risks. So we need legal security, a legal framework that researchers and financiers can use with, and makes it easier to access financing. The US and the UK have done that. We, the EU, have excellent research institutions, highly qualified workers, and ITER in the south of France, we have the largest experimental fusion project in the earth. As I see it, fusion will be a key technology. We'll show how we can do things differently.
Thank you, colleagues. The next speaker is Mr. Roger for 1 minute, please.
Madame la Présidente, chers collègues.
Madam President, dear colleagues, the hostility to civilian use of nuclear power in the war in Ukraine have led to a huge debate, and prices are very high on the electricity market, but nuclear is the only way of guaranteeing competitiveness, reasonable prices, and the decarbonisation of our economies. The ITER project shows the progress of science. It uses the natural solar fusion process, which is an unlimited source of energy. The energy yield of nuclear fusion is 4 to 10 times higher than that of nuclear fission. The production of waste is very low. Based in France, the ITER project is the biggest scientific project in the world. It involves 35 countries, including China, Russia, and the United States. It is facing some difficulties, but it shows that technological revolution is based on scientific cooperation between nations and not on federalized projects run by bureaucrats from other countries.
So now we has arrived to the Catch the Eye, and I have some speakers, and the first speaker will be Mr. Christia from seat 459, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Dear colleagues, I dare to say that we don't need more politicians talking about innovation. We need more scientists backed by politicians to do innovation and fusion research. I'm saying all this because from my perspective, we don't need more ideology. We don't need more doctrines. We simply need to understand how the world really works, and we have to align ourselves to it. And in the end, let me say that ideology adapts reality to the theory, while science is the one which adapts its theory to the reality. We should keep this scientific mindset when talking about these important subjects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Musu Oyuf, seat 461, please.
Thank you, Madam President, but I would like to have an intervention, a general statement, not here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Then the final speaker in the Catch the Eye is Ms. Jovanovic Sosuvaka, seat 858, please.
Vă mulțumesc. Thank you very much. Renewable energies cannot operate or exist by themselves, only as an adjunct to conventional sources. In Romania, of course, we received the order from here, just like we received the order for our election. So we put an end to everything that meant mining, coal mining. So we're importing energy from the Ukraine, which basically runs on coal. You told us to shut down our nuclear reactors at Chernavoda, so we no longer have atomic energy. You told us to share our resources with all the big European nations, and then the Americans show up, the same Americans who are in charge of you, and now they've left us without everything. Do you remember Chernobyl? It's also in Ukraine. Us Romanians suffered tremendously on that occasion, and I don't want to see a repeat of that. Maybe other countries have had a bad experience at that time, and they should remember it. Before asking us to cut down on various sources, talk to scientists and learn to use all of them.
And now I will give the floor back to the Commission to wrap up the debate. Mr. Commissioner Mikhailov, the floor is yours.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your interventions here today. Let me stress again that we are at a watershed moment for fusion. ITER remains a priority for the European Union as an indispensable milestone on the path to fusion energy. ITER must deliver the expected proof of feasibility of using fusion as an energy source. This is why we must continue supporting the project while closely supervising its progress and its performance. Beyond ITER, the European Commission will engage with the private sector to support an environment favourable to the development of an EU fusion supply chain to accelerate the commercialisation of fusion in the European Union for the long-term decarbonisation of European energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. Thank you for staying here so long. And now we go to the next item on the agenda, and that's the 1-minute speeches, Rule 179. And I would like to inform you all that for the 1-minute speeches, you're invited to take the floor from your seat. So we have a long list of speakers, and I will begin with Mr. Aftias, seat 270. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, the Recovery and Resilience Facility has proved to be an excellent instrument. It's helped many countries across the European Union. And it has shown that it has the power to improve the economy. My home country, Greece, is right in the top levels of absorption of the funds in the Recovery and Resilience Facility, and many countries are afraid that 2026 is coming our way, and that will mark the end of the money from the RRF. It has to be continued. We need to continue to receive this funding. It would help many countries across the EU. Maybe as part of the 5-year multi-annual financial framework, this would be a real progress for the future for many peoples.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Mavrides, seat 181, please.
Ευχαριστώ, κύριε Πρόεδρε. Μετά την ανατροπή του καθεστώτος.
Thank you, Madam President. And after the fall of the Assad regime, there's a chance for the EU to reach peace and stability in the Middle East. But this depends on a few things. There's a need to protect national and religious minorities. Secondly, the Turkists can't be our allies. And if there's a moderate opposition, Erdogan has worked together with jihadists and Islamists for years. He's using that role to make Syria a protectorate. That's an Osman policy, and that is the same country which is occupying European territory in Cyprus. I'm coming to a close. If we believe in the values, we should insist that this is implemented in practice.
Minute speeches, so please stick to 1 minute. The next speaker is Ms. Sadone, seat 701, please.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. Women are seen as simply objects to abuse. That is the vision that we see more and more widespread among young Islamic people. A young English tourist was a victim of the violence that we saw on the Cathedral Square in Milan on New Year's Eve. Disgusting men were molesting me, and I had to survive. I had to struggle for survival. This is an Islamic ritual called Tarush Gamea, and it's not the first time it's happened. In 2016, it happened in the Cathedral Square in Cologne. Similar cases in Hamburg, Zurich, Salisbury, and in 2022, it also happened in Milan. Now, the immigration policy has failed in many European countries. When will you finally understand that we are facing an emergency? Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Solier, seat 765. Please.
Han pasado 83 días.
After the 3 months after the catastrophic floods in Valencia, we are beginning to understand more and more about what has happened, although there are a lot of unknowns. It's known that both the Partido Popular and the Socialist Party didn't want to spend money on proper flood prevention when things could have been done. Obsolete infrastructure that hadn't been properly maintained for years was partly at fault. It's also known that the local population wasn't informed in due time about the risks and about the amounts of water accumulating in dams in the mountains above Valencia. It's also known that the necessary resources were not made available in the first 72 hours. It is known that without the help of civil society, the results would have been even worse over the first few days. We are not sure yet of the number of people killed or still missing. The church wasn't even able to get in touch with the families of those killed to organise a ceremony.
Colleagues, I'm going to be a little bit strict on the time. It's late and we have a lot of speakers, so I hope you will understand. The next speaker is Ms. Garcia Hamida van der Walle, seat 485, please.
Ik zal in het Nederlands spreken.
I'll speak Dutch. Madam President, thank you. Dear colleagues, I'd like to begin by wishing you all a very happy new year. I wish you and your dear ones health and happiness in 2025. But this, unfortunately, will not be the case of the thousands of victims of fireworks on New Year's Eve. 2 Dutch people lost their lives, including 1 child. And in Germany, 5 people died in accidents. Every year, we see very powerful fireworks causing accidents, fireworks that are legally produced in one member state, but which are being illegally sold or imported into other countries. Children play with fireworks that have the explosive force of a hand grenade, and our streets are turning into a war zone. And not only on New Year's Eve, but in fact throughout the year, criminals are using fireworks to carry out attacks everywhere in Europe. And this shows a serious failing of the single market. It's too high a price to pay. Our police, emergency services and local authorities have had enough. Enough is enough. The time for Europe to intervene in this is now.
Thank you, colleagues. I do mean it. Next speaker is Mr. Maza Ibanez, seat 185, please.
Is the time? Now. Okay, thank you very much. ¿Justifica la Comisión Europea la infiltración?
Does the European Commissioner think that police infiltration in social movements in Barcelona or Valencia is justified without any kind of judicial control or justification? This is what journalists and activists have discovered for themselves for years. 4 members of the national police forces have been undercover agents in feminist organizations, anti-racist organizations, left-wing organizations, ecological ones who are being treated and spied upon as if they were considered to be terrorists without any kind of court order. And this is not happening on an isolated basis. It's happened in Germany as well, where also left-wing social movements have been infiltrated. In Austria, once again, left-wing organizations. It's happened in the Netherlands. Also, left-wing organizations infiltrated by the police. It's the same movements that are being criminalized and treated as terrorists. We think that the Commission should investigate this. Police should not be used in this way.
Next speaker is Ms. Shaibi, seat 454, please.
Protecting workers, will it become illegal in the EU? That is the opinion of the Advocate General of the European Court of Justice, who recommends the annulation of the European minimum wage directives, because the directive goes beyond the commodities of the EU, which should be limited to the market and not social aspects, according to him. Once again, the market, your sacrosanct market, that's the problem and not the solution. The market is given as a pretext by the Advocate General not to take measures in the social area. This minimum wage directive is not perfect, but it can strengthen collective negotiations and work unions. Workers are not a tool in the market. If it's you or in the Commission, if you see everything through the prism of the market, you will distance yourselves from the interests of the people.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Fröhlich, seat 362, please. You have to turn on the microphone, please.
I think
there it is.
It's turned on, yeah? Szanowni Państwo, rzeź wołyńska to...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Volyn massacre is one of the biggest crimes in the history of mankind. Over 100,000 of Polish people were murdered. 80 years later, the families have the right to bury their ancestors. This is a precondition for good conditions between Poland and Ukraine. Unfortunately, for many years, Ukraine failed to cooperate of exhuming the victims, perhaps to disguise the scale of the Bandera people's crime. But This is unacceptable. For a few weeks now, we've been hearing about the breakthrough on the exhumations. Apparently, Ukraine has accepted for them to proceed. I will only believe that when the exhumation actually take place. And if they do take place, they should be happening on the following conditions. The exhumations must happen unconditionally and without any demands from the Ukrainian side, and the exhumation should be conducted by the Polish Institute of National Remembrance, but that is the only guarantee of preventing them from falsifying history. The speaker is interrupted.
The next speaker is Mr. Panayiotou, seat 839, please.
Our education system sucks. International studies like the famous PISA test show that Europe is and our students are struggling more than ever. In this education system, the kids and teenagers in most EU countries, including my country Cyprus, hate school, and as a consequence, they hate learning. Studies show that when you don't like something and you are forced to do it, you can't do it well. My dear friends, let's stop ruining stupidly the happiness and the childhood of our children. Instead of kids falling in love with learning, the way the education system works makes them hate it. Is that what we really want? For start, let's find the cooler school systems in Europe, like the one in Finland, and try to bridge the gap between the outdated ones, like the one in my country, Cyprus. I believe we are really committing a crime against our children.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Vosenberg-Vionidi, seat 835, please.
Here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Η Τουρκία έχει επανέλθει από τον Ιούλιο στην πολιτική των προκλήσεων.
Thank you very much. Now, we have to consider the threats out at sea and in the air when we see the kind of threats we face since 2020 and the relationship between Greece and Turkey is an important subject. There are minority groups in the region as well. There is what is known as a Turkish minority in Greece, and we often hear that the Greek Dodecanese have simply been seized. Then there are also answers under international law. They suggest that Greece is being faced with a casus belli. Mr. Erdogan's policy is a provocation, also when it comes to international law. The European Union has to respond. This is more important than ever.
To the next speaker, which is Mr. Cristea, seat 459, please.
Vă mulțumesc, doamna președintă.
Thank you, Chair. We have a problem with the ride-sharing platforms, and please listen carefully. Drivers confirm a ride and never show up. They force customers to cancel so that they, the drivers, can actually charge the penalties. This means times wasted by customers, by clients. That means wasted money. And you cannot even complain about this because the platforms don't give you the possibility of direct contact. There's no one to call. There's no way to make a direct phone call. We need to update the rules. We need primary legislation that would compel platforms to offer direct and unmediated support. We want strict penalties for such unfair practices, and we want background checks for drivers and deliverers. Thank you.
Go, seat 784, please.
En France.
In France, on the 1st of January, 11 million motorists are forced out of city regions because of low emission zones which you find elsewhere in Europe. This new segregation, which is social, punishes those who can't afford an electric vehicle and have to have a car to move around. So they have to, by moving working classes out of city centres, that takes us nowhere. The poor are made even poorer and have to live elsewhere. Let's stop to this punishing ecology, which sacrifices the most vulnerable citizens in the name of unrealistic promises. You have CO2 fines on the motor industry and crazy decisions which have an impact on the price of vehicles. So my question is this: where will you stop making motorists angry?
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Timgren, seat 592.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, it's not that often that my daughter thinks that the news are really interesting. But over the Christmas holidays, she asked me, how can grown-ups tolerate what happened in Great Britain? That's to say, a cover-up of sexual crimes against young girls. Why don't the parents do anything? She asked. Yes, they tried, but they didn't get the ear of the government. People's careers were simply more important. But no, the grooming gang should be on our agenda this week. This lack of willingness to talk about the problem is nothing new. Immigrants are overrepresented in sexual crimes, and the media cover it up. At the We Are Stockholm festival, small girls were molested, and these are uncomfortable subjects. But it's important that we should have these debates.
Brandstetter, seat 188, please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, vor genau 44
President, I was a young Austria. I started working as at the European Commission 45 years ago, and nowadays we live in a better Austria. And it's taken a few years. 30 years ago, Austria joined the European community, and it's been an unmitigated success. The EU is a peace project, especially for a small country like Austria. It's an economic project. Austria profits to the tune of about 5,000 euros a year per capita. It's also a value union, and there's a program, recovery of the rule of law. That means this is in Poland. The rule of law must be re-established because it wasn't the case in the last government. We can see we must work on this together. We must rely on each other, and we can hand over this Europe to the next generation, secure and peaceful. I look forward to the next 30 years. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Rakete, seat 299, please.
For weeks, Serbian students have been protesting their government's corruption. Serbia is a candidate member to the EU, and we should be watching closely why people are so angry. I have recently visited Majdan Pek in eastern Serbia. A Chinese copper mine operates less than 1,000 meters away from the town. The air is heavily polluted, you can feel it. Citizens suffer from cancer. Last summer, people didn't have tap water for 2 months. The public around this mine and other mines don't have access to independent information about air pollution or water pollution. They don't know where the mine is going to expand to, environmental regulations and procedures, freedom of information. It exists only on paper. The current Serbian government doesn't care about protecting its own citizens, and we have to support the public and say very clearly, nu dao.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Tomasic, seat 743, please.
Želim si, da mi danes ne bi bilo treba govoriti o dogajanju v Sloveniji, ker...
Thank you. I have to talk about what's happening in Slovenia, because what is happening is unacceptable. Democracy is under threat. 10 years ago, we saw that in the run-up to the elections, there was cheating, and there have been cases of abusive use of parliamentary inquiries to silence dissident voices through bills that restrict freedom of expression. All of this instead of focusing on improving the economic situation of our citizens, which is catastrophic. It's a matter of urgency to defend democracy and freedom of expression, not only in Slovenia but everywhere.
Thank you, Chair. In Romania, 70% of young people consider that stress at work affects their mental health. They work but can buy a house. They want a family, but they don't have secure jobs and careers. Faced with these challenges, many ask, what future do we have? What we tell them? They have to work harder, or worse, they have to leave their countries in search of a better life. As the former Minister of Family, Youth and Equal Opportunities, I know the positive effect of policy and investment in people. Știm că prin cele 26 de miliarde
We know that by the 26 billion euros from Erasmus Plus and the 96 billion from European Social Fund Plus, many young people had the opportunity to develop themselves from a professional point of view. But it's clear that these programs have to be supplemented by sustainable solutions, providing for funding for sustainable housing and family support. These measures are not optional, but compulsory for a Europe that respects its value of equity and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Toshi, 778, please.
Vous vous êtes récemment emparé.
Well, recently we dealt with the issue of disability. We heard lots of declarations and promises, as usual in this House. But after your fine speeches, where are your actions? Where is the genuine evaluation of the mechanisms that are supposed to improve the lives of people with disabilities? There's not been a single structural reform, no single concrete advance. Nothing but fine words, who ultimately exclude people who suffer from invisible handicaps, and that's 84% of disabled people. So where are we going to have some real measures for disabled people? This is your conception of democracy. Basically censor everybody that doesn't agree with you. Mr. Šekarić, who's elected in our group and a Paralympian, he knows the problems that disabled people have to face. He knows how to deal with suffering. I will not allow your amateuristic approach. The speaker is cut off.
Seat 648, please.
Thank you, President. The challenges facing the road haulage sector on island nations like Ireland, setting out from one of the most peripheral regions to do business in Europe, are patently unfair. Irish companies such as Byrne, Express Freight and Mayo send their trailers from our island to mainland Europe, but face immediate restrictions upon arrival overseas under EU cabotage laws, while mainland operators encounter these regulations only after their first loading or unloading. This disparity costs tens of thousands of euros. Rigid driving time regulations penalise those who experience small delays, forcing them to miss ferries and wait for hours for the next one. Drivers should have the flexibility to complete their journeys without unnecessary penalties. President, how can we speak about a real single market when so many of our service providers are hampered from operating within it? Remember what the Draghi report stated. How can we speak about competition in the EU when we impose all these administrative burdens? I call on the EU institutions to work towards undoing the unbalanced treatment of the road haulage sector, not just in Ireland, but in other island nations such as Malta and Cyprus.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Mr. Kenneth, seat 125, please. You have to turn on your microphone.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Good.
The Swiss pharma giant Novartis has announced it's going to scrap 170 jobs in the Belgian town of Puurs, where more than 1,000 people work. That wasn't very good New Year's news for the staff and their families who are now in a state of uncertainty. Why is the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world, who is a profit maker, doing this? They were asking their staff to be incredibly flexible during the COVID crisis to produce the raw materials for vaccines. But, then when they don't need them so desperately, they just lay them off without a second thought. For these multinationals, profit is never high enough. It is unacceptable that such profit-making companies should be making swingeing cuts in their workforce. We call for a moratorium on mass redundancies in profit-making companies, and I wish all the best to the workers and their families and hope that they keep their jobs.
The next speaker is Mr. Novakov, seat 264, please.
Уважаеми колеги, colleagues, to form a government today has turned out to be a political luxury. You know, it is easy to hold elections, but then what do you do with the results? It is not that difficult to be first in the elections. Much more difficult is to actually govern. We have experienced all this in Bulgaria, and after years of experiments, we have finally got a government last week, and that was a state of the art, a proof of the skill of patient, experienced politicians who are back in fashion, you see, after years of gimmicks and shenanigans. And I wanted to tell you about this because Bulgaria's political security is Europe's security, because we are now within the Schengen area. And I would like to congratulate Mr. Borisov, leader of the party, at the head of this government. And I wish them wisdom to the opposition, rather. And please don't interfere.
461, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Dragi colegi.
Dear colleagues, I'm speaking here in front of you as a parent and someone who loves children in order to express my concern about the increasingly destructive impact of social media platforms on the mental harmonious development of children. Irrespective of age, we as parents and grandparents can no longer control this platform, and we can see various manifestations from mild disorders to suicide and crimes. I call on you to join forces in order to save our children and our future. Let's put the future of our children ahead of the interests of the big tech companies, because if we protect our children against the dangers spread by social media platforms, we will have healthier generations. So I plead for the extension of the French solution and not for the Australian one. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Tsiutras, seat 747, please.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι, οι εξελίξεις στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες.
Colleagues, the development in the US has ramifications for Europe. We live in a time of big changes. Europe must take a position in this new world taking shape. We need a defense union. We need to security is our concern. In economic terms, if there are customs duties, we'll have more problems. So we need decisions applying to the economy. Immediate measures would be good for Europe and the competitiveness of our industry, and will give our citizens an income. So we need to be united and decisive.
Speaker is Ms. Jerkovic, seat 548, please.
This week, we mark the cervical cancer prevention week. 13,000 women die of it in the European Union every year. I wonder why so many countries don't take this problem seriously. Maybe because this pertains to women's health and thus making it a second-grade political question. Some member states don't have national screening programs, and pap smears are recommended widely, but within these screenings, but most countries have not implemented these programs. We know that HPV vaccines can prevent more than 90% of cancer cases. Also, young boys need to be vaccinated so that we can stop the spreading of the virus. The stigma actually prevents parents from taking their children to get vaccinated. That is why I invite the Commission to stop reducing financial funds for health.
Ms. Eriksson, seat 464, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, the EU is here to defend peace. And when it comes to EU cohesion policy, we usually say regional development in Sweden. We talk about creating new jobs, strengthening companies and associations, helping cooperation in local societies, what they really need. It's not simply a question of top-down decisions. But now the Commission seems to want to take the power of how the money is spent from the local and regional level and gives them to the states. This is an enormous centralization of both power and money. When power and money are moved away from local people, we risk losing what makes us strong, and that's local knowledge, our ability to solve problems where those problems arise. The future of cohesion policy in the EU should be about including local communities more, not less, in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Danielsson, seat 310, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Don't go out. Those were the warnings across Sweden about the slippery conditions this winter. But people do have to go out in their work. So it was impossible to follow that advice. Local trade union members, people who have to go out in healthcare, home help, personal assistance, they all had to go out in the slippery conditions. And I wanted to remind you all of their rights. In European and Swedish law, employers do have responsibilities. They need a plan to avoid the risk of slipping. There should be a plan. There should be salt put down. There should be sand put down, depending on the conditions. So you should have a right to proper shoes with soles that don't slip, and the employers should pay for that. All European workers should deserve the right to that equipment.
Seat 316, please.
Thank you, Madam President. In December, I took the floor to talk about a catastrophe with in Mayotte, and I was told, yes, but this is in the Indian Ocean. And I said, no, but that's actually a French overseas territory. These are countries that have the right to expect solidarity wherever they are and however much solidarity they need, because these outermost regions are part of the EU. And this year we'll be celebrating the annual conference of the outermost regions here in Strasbourg. And these outermost regions are, of course, in the front line, dealing with waves of migration coming from outside the EU. The EU does not only have to support these regions because of their vulnerable situation in terms of climate change, but also in their dangerous position on the external borders of Europe.
Thank you very much, colleague. That was the last speaker after 1 minute's speeches, and therefore we end that point. The next sitting is tomorrow, Tuesday, the 21st January, 2025 at 9 o'clock. The agenda has been published and is available on the European Parliament's website. The minutes of this sitting will be submitted to the Parliament for its approval tomorrow at the beginning of the afternoon. The sitting is closed. Thank you very much and good evening.